Yeah. Uh. Somebody tripping. So what it says? Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild, man. I see everybody talking about the footage that came out. I mean, I seen the fight already, so I already know what happened. Of course, that's Tank, so you know he gonna put them bombs on somebody. But I want to know why they gave that money up during that fight and that bet. If y'all seen the fight, it's a long fight. It's not something that's like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. From what I remember, it was like 25, 30 minutes. It was a long fight. They was in there for a long time when they was fighting. And Devin, it kind of reminds you of like the Lomachenko fight. If you look at the footage with taking Devin, when Devin was like moving around the ring, that's kind of how like Lomachenko had him a little bit. So that's definitely it makes sense when you look at it. If you think of it from that perspective, that's the only way I can explain it to some people. But that's how he was looking. He was getting hit with the punches. I ain't gonna lie, I've been looking at Devin Haney for years. That's when he does that, that still be looking bad. Like I don't know if it be worse than what it is, but when he gets hit like that, it be looking like a lot of blows. But it was a lot interesting, bro. It was a different style of fight than what him and Shakur had. Him and Shakur, it was a lot slower pace. They was doing a lot of things. Him and Tank, it was Tank a lot faster. I don't know if it was because Devin Haney was younger, but he was kind of moving at everybody else's pace in them fights. That's what kind of confused me about everything. I'm like, okay, they moving at his pace, but Tank be giving out them blows, man. It's a lot of it's hard to kind of be in the ring with him. Kind of make it look way worse than what it is. I know a lot of people be like, man, yeah, he getting thrashed. My thing is this right here. I just want to see how it's gonna line up at the end of the day. That's why we need more fights at the end of the year. Man, Floyd got these dudes out here searching, bro. That's crazy. I thought a lot of people seen the fight. It sound like I don't know. It sound like a lot of people who watch that fight don't even watch boxing no more. Everybody just now seeing the sparring. It's crazy. Just now seeing the sparring. That's kind of wild to me. Yeah, Teofimo gonna have to get that belt up soon though. I don't know if he know it or not yet, but he got to fight somebody. I've been telling people Barbosa on these dudes' heels. Oh yeah, it's definitely a good card coming on. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, this is wild, man. It's footage. The way this footage is, I posted it, but I ain't really look at it like that. The way they clipped it. That what people don't realize. Haney had him against the ropes in some of the fight. Bro, it's kind of hard to explain. Like, I'm not even finna explain it. Yeah, that's kind of wild to explain. The way they got this sparring is out of control. I need to look at some of the fight schedules. Nobody even cares about the fights right now. I know they got the sparring popping, you know what I'm saying? I understand people have never seen it before, but I've seen it before. Definitely seen that before. That's what went on back then. Everybody got in the ring. Haney, what Tank was dogging everybody then. Well, actually, up until that point, I seen Haney dogging everybody until that point until Haney he got in there with Tank. He obviously won, but it was rough. Hey, what's up, my dog? Definitely my dog. Hey, I did not see that fight all the way. No, I did see that fight, but not all the way. Not like that. I saw about half of that fight and cut it off. No, I ain't seen that one. Hey, you know what's crazy? Amir Khan, I had put out some news, right? I was like, man, Amir Khan might fight Pacquiao. Then I put out some news. I was like, Pacquiao might fight Mayweather. I was like, man, it look like clickbait. But Amir Khan just said the other day he might fight Pacquiao still. He definitely trying to fight Pacquiao. That's a Saudi Arabia fight. Lamont Peterson, man. Lamont Peterson retired, ain't he? I seen his brother fight recently. I seen his brother fight. Was it Anthony Peterson? He got some skills. Yeah, I seen him recently. I think he fought last year, didn't he? Yeah, I ain't seen that fight. I ain't seen Lamont Peterson fight in a minute. He ain't fought that much since the Spence fight, did he? What, like 4 times? Oh yeah, they were talking about that the other day. Yeah, they were talking about that fight the other day when he got booed. Yeah, they was talking about that the other day. I gotta watch it back, man. I don't know. I gotta watch it back. I gotta watch it back. Them Danny Garcia fights back then was kind of close, man. What was that at 40? Dang, I should look at the highlights of it right now. I heard people saying that. I might do a video on that. I heard people saying that. Well, I need a pen. That Herrera fight. Let's say this. Yeah, I heard them bringing that fight the other day. I ain't seen that fight in so long. Sometimes I only watch a fight like once or twice. I wanted to see that Danny Garcia and Lara fight. I'm kind of mad they ain't had that fight. That would have been a good fight. Yeah, I think I seen this fight live. I can't remember. Oh, they had a I forgot what they call those kind of fights. Yeah, I seen that fight though. Yeah, I was watching Fury back then. Yeah, I seen that fight. I've been watching Fury for a long time. People starting to just watch them now, but I know you was probably watching them back then. Dang, they was scoring the fight. Man, with just the ref, that's crazy. That's insane. I wonder where they had that fight at. It ain't gonna be like that next week. I know that's for sure. When Joshua jump in the ring, they ain't gonna need no judges. Yeah, but I seen that fight though. I thought that Otto Wallin fight was close. I watched it the second time. It wasn't that close though. Yeah, I think the cut made it look worse the first time when I was watching it live. But it wasn't that bad. But when I watched that Ngannou fight, I kind of cringe every time. So I know it's like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, this bad. You can't really make no excuses for that fight. That's what I'm saying though. Like even with the sparring that's going on, with the videos going around, we've seen Fury get whooped recently. So it's like, what we gonna expect in the sparring video with a teenager? We just seen the heavyweight champion in the world get whooped by an MMA fighter in his first fight. So, boxing, anything can happen. That's why we like it. You know what I'm saying? That's what goes on. In boxing, MMA, anything can happen. People got high expectations for boxing right now, but they ain't putting the big fights together right now. That's why I got to go back and watch fights like this. I might go watch this fight again too. Fury be having some action packed fights. Man, Herrera had. I forgot how Herrera had Danny Garcia leaking with a nasty jab. Yeah, I think I seen this fight. Man, look. I think I seen that fight. That was a close fight, man. That fight kind of went like that Triple G fight we was talking about. Yeah, I should have seen Fury in the ring 2 weeks ago. That's crazy, man. I gotta wait till May to see him. That's 2 whole months, 10 weeks. That's gonna be crazy. That's a long time to wait on that fight. Then we gotta have a rematch. I don't know how that's gonna happen. Oh yeah, they got the fights coming on this weekend. So, that Floyd Diaz versus Edwin Rodriguez, that's gonna be a good fight. Oh, that's gonna be a good fight. What? Man, that's crazy. I heard they did that in another fight recently too. I forgot what fight it was. It was somebody big they said that about. Because in Fury fights, I'm not gonna lie, in that second Wilder fight, that Fury fight, in that fight, it was wild, man. They had Fury come out first. I mean last. And they were showing that helicopter view. I was like, man, they never did a fight like this before. I was like, I think Fury's gonna win tonight. It was real weird in there. For some reason, that room it seemed very small that night. Yeah, he's had a lot of close calls lately though, especially over his career. I thought that Otto Wallin fight, he was done when he got that cut. No way that fight should have went on that long. I've never seen a fight go on that long. Well, that Badu Jack fight, the most sketchy. Oh, that's a good question. Man, that's a good question. I'm gonna be real. Just cause I'm mad tonight, uh, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna be honest, and they can get mad, whatever. I'm gonna say Floyd versus Zab Judah, and I'm a Floyd fan. Just gonna keep it real with you. I'm a Floyd fan, and I'm gonna say Floyd versus Zab Judah. I was young back then. When I seen that, I was like, nah, Floyd, I don't know about that, brother. I can't really. As you can see, bro, as you can see, I'm gonna just drop a fact on you. I know y'all can use this if y'all don't like Floyd. But a lot of people who's Floyd fans, we don't go around bragging about that fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? He didn't really. Yeah, even without the knockdown, bro. Like, I didn't see the knockdown till later, cause but even without the knockdown, I felt like he was getting whooped throughout that fight. You know what I'm saying? Pretty bad too. So when they had all the little fighting in the ring, I thought that was just a little distraction. You know what I'm saying? He was obviously getting whooped up until that point. So that's probably the most sketchy. When we talking about just sketchy, yeah. I'm like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. But I don't hate on. I'm just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? We got to be unbiased about things. You know how everybody say, "Oh, I'm unbiased." I think Floyd, one of my favorite fighters. You know what I'm saying? I used to watch him, but hey, that Zab fight, no sir. That's why I got to keep it real. People say, "Oh, you don't like these fighters." Nah, just hey, don't it look crazy? It look crazy. Even when Usyk had that little, low blow situation. Hey, we got to question all that. It is boxing. People got to find their advantages. We don't hate on that, but that knockdown was wild. It's a lot of situations where boxers look crazy, but that one in particular, then right after that, people say the Mosley, but nah, that situation got wild. Yeah, man. That's what I was saying. Waited all that time. Man. You remember how long that fight took? Shout out Trap Media, USA. Man, you remember how long that fight took forever. By the time it happened, I was like, Floyd didn't even seem ready. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even. He was almost in Money Mayweather mode. He was almost out of Pretty Boy Floyd. He wasn't Pretty Boy Floyd like that no more. I already knew that. I think oh, you know what? People like to use that Mayweather Madonna, but I like that Mayweather Cotto. I feel like Cotto was the closest one to get him. Cotto had Mayweather, man, shook the whole time. He was on. Man, he was super focused that fight. You talking about Victor Ortiz? Man, I hated how that fight went. I hope you talking about Victor Ortiz. Man, I hope you talking about that fight. Man, that was the biggest waste. That fight was hyped up. Man, that fight was hyped up. That was the biggest waste of time. Wasn't that fight in like LA? I think it was in Vegas, but for some reason I feel like it was in LA. Man, that was overrated right there, man. Yeah, I ain't like that, bro. Nah, Victor was headbutting though. Hey, I gotta admit, Victor was headbutting. But Floyd, no, man. Come on, man. Cause you know Floyd wasn't getting knockouts like that. He was around Ricky Hatton, but I was like, man, I don't know if that's a solid knockout. Cause Floyd wasn't getting knockouts like that. But I let it go though, cause I thought like, man, you know, Victor ain't got no chin. I thought he would have had a better chin than that. Cause you know Floyd went knocking guys out. Yeah, Victor was getting them, bro. Nah, not Leonard Ellerby. It's uh uh Al Heyman. Well, yeah, you can say Leonard Ellerby. Al Heyman probably something different. Yeah, I figure what you said on that. Ellerby do be on he do be on Twitter now. Ever since he got on Twitter, he do got that Suge Knight vibe. That's funny. They be pulling that camera out on him. That is funny. And then Don King still around. Yeah. I mean, that's good to have him boxing. That's entertaining. Yeah, me too. Everybody feel like Cotto won. Yeah, Canelo was bigger, man. And he was a younger guy. You know, by then, Cotto was not the same by then. By that time, Cotto took a lot of hard fights too. People don't understand that. I was talking about that earlier. I don't know why Canelo hasn't fought a Pacquiao back then. I thought he would have fought all those guys like Cotto, Pacquiao. I know he fought Cotto. Yeah, that was a good fight. Yeah, Canelo was a bigger guy back then. Oh yeah, the whole time too. And he had a lot of stamina. That was a hard fight for Mayweather. I thought he was gonna lose that fight. He was thinking about retiring after that fight. That was a hard fight. Yeah, people don't talk about that fight like they do Mosley. I think they try to do that because of the knockdowns, but nah, fighting Cotto back then was dangerous. Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it? Saddam Ali was on a roll for a minute. Then ran into some trouble. Yeah, he was on a roll for a minute. That was a good fight though. I like Saddam Ali. He got some good fights. He got a nice resume too. You can play those fights back. He was fighting everybody back then. Yeah, I don't think none of these dudes can beat Cotto right now though. If he was still in his prime right now, not at 54 or 47. That's why I said these weight classes now they kind of weak. What was that? 54? I wonder what weight class he was in. Oh yeah, it was at 53 against Cotto. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, he did though. Hey, I thought he was done after that fight. I thought that was his last fight. I seen it after the fight when the way he was talking. I was like, man, he got beat down in that fight. That's when he start. That's when he said, "I'm gonna end it off with Andre Berto." He wasn't gonna fight a guy like Spence or Thurman. It was past that time. I think Floyd smart. He already knew about Crawford back then, so he was getting out the game anyway. Floyd took some decent fights at the end though. Now the very end, you know how that went, but I said around that Cotto fight, I didn't think he was gonna take that Cotto fight. That surprised me when it happened. I was like, oh, he fighting Cotto? But what surprised me when he fought Maidana the second time. Because a lot of people said he you talking about the old con? Yeah, the old con was crazy. Before he started getting dropped by people. Yeah, everybody went fighting him then. I don't think he was fighting guys like that unless they was like Ricky Hatton big though. From overseas. I think the only guy he fought from over there was Ricky Hatton. I think that was more the reason. Oh yeah, I did remember that. Hey, you know why he fought Maidana though? You know why he fought Maidana? He fought Maidana because Broner got beat up by Maidana. That's the only reason. The fans kind of made that Maidana stuff happen, bro. Even though they did that poll, they wanted to see Maidana fight Floyd. Yeah, me too. I agree. If he would have fought him with Robert Garcia, it would have been different. I don't know why Amir Khan went up and fought Canelo. After that, I knew he was done. I said he gonna go up and fight Canelo, and it was worse than what I expected. That was a bad knockout. That was a horrible decision for him to fight Canelo. Him and Kell Brook went the same after those fights. Going up and fighting Triple G and Canelo, that was terrible. Oh yeah, he was whooping Canelo. Oh, he was whooping him bad. Hey, they don't want to bring that up though. They ain't gonna bring that up though. They had a good game plan and everything, but he just got caught, man. I was like, oh man. That's the only thing, man. Amir Khan, he was just standing in the pocket too long. If he would have been moving a little bit more, it wasn't like he was tired or nothing. He was just punching a little too much. He should have took some rounds off. Yeah, he was throwing too much, bro. See, he already know he was throwing too much. I'm like, dang, he throwing them many punches. He just standing in the pocket. I'm like, and you know, Virgil Hunter was training him. He like, move, you gotta move, you gotta move, you can't stand there. And Amir Khan just throwing. I'm like, Canelo's gonna throw a big shot, and that's what he did. Oh yeah, he was struggling big time. He was definitely struggling big time. He didn't do much against Danny Jacobs. He did enough to win, but he ain't super dominating in that fight. Now that last Triple G fight, I think he was super hurt because he haven't fought like that since. But I think Triple G was just old. But yeah, Canelo, he knocked them guys out with the body shots to a lot of guys just can't take that. See what happened to John Ryder. Liam Smith, he decent, but nah, Canelo too strong for him, man. That's why I don't know if Munguia gonna be ready for that. I don't know about that, man. I'm kind of confused on if Munguia gonna actually be ready. Yeah, that's crazy. He said that though. 8-punch combinations. That's facts though. I feel like Amir Khan was just hanging in the pocket a little too long. Man, that was a close fight. I want that fight back so bad. I wonder if I'm gonna make a video probably later on or tomorrow. But I was thinking today, I'm trying to figure out what era is better. Hey, what's going on, dog? That's my dog GX, man. It's definitely my dog GX. He'll be in here with me all the time. Yeah, that's my dog right here. You chilling, got in the house, man? Finally got some time to relax. I know weather been crazy everywhere. No, we finally got some boxing coming on tomorrow. Something to watch. Yeah, this definitely my dog right here though. Man, who was chopping up last week? Had some good talks about boxing. He know everything that's going on. He know everything that's going on. He know I don't lie about nothing. 9 times out of 10, he already knew about Edgar Berlanga like 5 months ago. Oh, shout out to her, man. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, man. Shout out to her. That's what's up. The dance recitals is no joke. Like a basketball tournament. Oh yeah, huge support to you, man. Huge support. I hope they get first place, man. Huge support to them. I know how that goes. And it's the weekend. Hey, man. She'll appreciate it one day. I know she appreciate it now, but later on she gonna know that everybody don't do this. Yeah, you already know. You know you my dog. Yeah, man. I think I'm gonna cover that fight. They got the bare knuckle boxing coming on tomorrow too. I think I'm gonna watch that. I ain't gonna lie, the last bare knuckle boxing I watched with Austin Trout. Man, I was supposed to bet on that fight, man. I ain't even bet. Good money, man. Yeah, shout out to GX though, man. I heard with the recitals on the weekend, checking in. Real support. I appreciate that for real. Oh, you fighting this weekend? Bare knuckle? No. Man, I'm glad Trap said that. Uh, well, this weekend, I ain't said nothing on here. We just talking about random topics, really. But nothing much. I just said earlier about Devin Haney and Tank Davis. I seen they fight like a couple of years ago. I know a lot of fans going crazy about it right now, but the fight like 30 minutes, man. The fight was so long. When I seen it, I had turned it off and turned it back on later on. Like this was years ago. But everybody going crazy over Devin Haney Tank sparring match. The footage being leaked right now. That's all that's going on as far as that. But as far as the stuff that's I'm gonna be coming out with soon, probably, man, I'm just gonna be talking about Pacquiao. As far as is Pacquiao era better than Canelo era? I'm gonna start talking about that next week. Cause that's something that nobody talk about. Everybody say Canelo face of boxing. Okay, that's cool. I agree with you. 100%. But is the Manny Pacquiao era better than the Canelo era? Cause this era starting a little weak, man. We need to fight somebody ASAP. I don't, man. I seen that fight live. I don't know, man. Adrian Broner, I be wanting to give him enough. I feel like he did enough, but I don't know. Like even when, to be honest with you, even in that Maidana fight, I feel like he was getting whooped early in that fight because I didn't see the fight live, to be real. Cause I wasn't an Adrian Broner fan. So, but I did watch the fight later on, and I'll be real with you. Like the last 3 rounds, Adrian Broner was standing toe to toe with Maidana, man. He was throwing some blows, man. And he was standing up on his feet still. It was getting pretty crazy. Yeah, he got some. He never won the big fight, man. He don't understand that. I be trying to be easy on him, man. He never won the big fight. I be trying to be easy on him. Hey, you know what's crazy? Y'all don't know this, but I'll tell you. They offer Adrian. This all allegedly, but they offer Adrian Bronner, Ryan Garcia recently, Connor Ben, and I think even Devin Haney probably. But he can't make weight. Can't make weight. Man, hey, I heard something worse, GX. You know what I just heard? I just heard they offered Canelo 60 million guaranteed. 60 million. Then that was before the pay-per-views. $60 million. This man out here turned down $60 million before the pay-per-view. That's almost Saudi money. He trying to get $100 million from Saudi. He just turned it down. That's $100 million. He fight Benavidez for $60 million guaranteed with a percentage on pay-per-view. That's $100 million. That fight gonna sell 1 million pay-per-views ASAP, guaranteed. That's hurting boxing right now. It really is. Because, like I said, man, we don't got no stars right now. We got guys we know and like, you know what I'm saying? We got guys we know like Tanking. But Tanking these guys, they just the smaller weights, man. We need some bigger weight guys to kind of start carrying the torch. When I was growing up, man, the bigger weights is what was up. Yeah, man. Benavidez, bro, you should have heard it. They said it was Benavidez did an interview on Boxing Voice. Man, Benavidez said some he said everything I said was true though. That's the crazy part, GX. I don't be trying to say it because I don't be wanting to clickbait, but he said everything I said was true. He said everything I said about the money, him wanting to take what, $5 million, less than that, because he got to pay people. He said the $60 million was true. Yeah, he stops him. If I'm Canelo, I wouldn't even fight Benavidez right now. The way Canelo is doing it, it'll be worse. I wouldn't even fight him at this point. I wouldn't do it. Canelo's smart though. He gonna figure something out. But I don't think Benavidez gonna waste his time with Canelo though. A lot of people put pressure on him now. It's boxing changing now in a lot of ways as far as what people want to pay for. These pay-per-views, you know what I'm saying, they add up. They didn't have pay-per-views like this years ago. Paying $80 for a pay-per-view, that's a lot of money. That's like going to an NFL game or something. So yeah, they got to start putting on some fights that's good. You know, these fights are only 30 minutes. They gotta have better quality. And Benavidez, he's putting on big fights right now. Yeah, it'll be the worst right now. Oh my God, it'll be bad. I wouldn't even want. Canelo's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. I think it'll be bad for him. I think the guys he's calling out right now, those are the ones that he should stick to. I don't think he's gonna entertain Crawford, so kind of moving past that too. All the fans wanted to see from Canelo was from what I heard, they said they was cool with Crawford and Benavidez, and Canelo can do whatever he want after that. But he didn't want that. Yeah, I need a stat card. Hey, that March 30th card. That March 30th card for that Tim Tszyu and Keith Thurman fight. Hey, That card stacked, man. I ain't gonna lie. That's a stacked card, man, for PBC. That card stacked more than the Spence versus Crawford and the Canelo versus Charlo. That card is stacked. It has like 7, 8 fights on there you can watch. It's a very stacked card. It's a lot of guys on there. Yeah, it definitely is. That dude, Elijah Garcia. If y'all ain't never seen Elijah Garcia before, he's something like Benavidez. I'm telling you, he is a problem. He is a beast. Watch, you're gonna see him in a couple of weeks. He is a problem. Remember that name. He is a problem. I'm telling you. He's gonna be the next guy that's gonna replace Benavidez when, not as far as weight, but as far as how they fight, he fights like that. That's gonna be a good fight. But right now, I see yeah, that card stacked, man. They got Martinez versus Cordova. Then they got Elijah Garcia versus Kyron Davis. That's a guy Benavidez fought. He's pretty good. They got Rolly Romero versus Isak Cruz. They got Tim Tszyu versus Keith Thurman. I forgot the other fights that's on there. But there's some good fights on that card. Hey, I saw the clip of that yesterday when he was when he met him and they were shaking hands. That's crazy. I saw the clip when they were shaking hands. I said, I can't believe he was gonna do that. Then you heard what he said about I think he offered Badu Jack like $5 million or something to fight him, $10 million. I don't know what it was. He tried to fight Badu Jack. I think that was recently. I don't know. I heard him talk about it recently again. So yeah, it's definitely a good card. I didn't think about it at first. I was like, nah, it's not worth it. The way they put it out there, it's kind of ugly. Well, I don't know because they added those other fights after. When they first put the card out, they didn't have those other fights I just named, the Elijah Garcia, and those are two good fights. So I might buy that for real. And I don't buy pay-per-view like that, but I might pay for it. Because people don't even realize they think PBC is not working with people, but PBC is working with Japan right now. Japan has a Amazon Prime deal for like 2 or 3 years now. Most of these guys, in a way, and these other guys are fighting right now on Amazon Prime and ESPN Top Rank. These guys are from PBC because they both on Amazon Prime technically. Yeah, have them shrink down. Hey, you know what's crazy? I don't even know if he was gonna do that, but that sounded like it was about it. Oh yeah, you good, Jets? Yeah, I already know. Yeah, the Canelo type make you do that though. Go to 168. Yeah, them Mexican fights on there though. They gotta have more. Oh yeah, bro. The way Chavez was talking last week, man. Look, all you gotta do is go and look at any kind of Mexican sports station or something, or a news station in Mexico. They ripping Canelo apart, man. I ain't gotta talk about it no more. I talk about it because that's what they talking about. But they don't want to see Munguia. They don't care if Munguia is from Mexico. A lot of people don't realize that. They like, oh yeah, they want a Mexico fight. Go ask Mexican fans if they want a Mexico fight with Munguia. Go ask them that over Benavidez and see what the answer is. You got a lot of people speaking up for Mexican fans, and that's what I'm starting to realize. They like, oh yeah, Mexican fans want Munguia. Munguia who never sold a pay-per-view? No, they don't want him. Not yet. No, they spend their money. They don't spend their money crazy. They don't spend everything just pay-per-view. That ain't. I don't know what they told y'all. That's definitely not how it goes. I told people after the John Ryder fight that Mexico was putting pressure on Canelo. People thought that was a hate video. After that John Ryder fight, they said, no bueno. We ain't doing this with Canelo no more. They was cheering for John Ryder when he was leaving. Man, go back and look at the fight, man. Go back and look at the fight. I would say disgusting, but it's not though. Because Mexican fans respected John Ryder for going out there and going 12 rounds when he could have just stopped. That's why they was cheering for him when he was leaving. Because they really know boxing. And when Canelo was seeing all that, and he was like, oh no, I ain't going back. That's why he ran back to America. I'm telling you. People think I'm crazy. Why do you think that he went back and a couple of weeks ago he said he announced, you remember when he had the big news? He was like, I got some big news, everybody. And I put the video out. I was supposed to put the video out the day before, but I was like, I don't want to clickbait and tell everybody this the big news. But that was the big news. Him announcing that he gonna put on the free fights in Mexico. They already free. He announced something free that's already free. Because he's trying to get in good favor with the Mexican fans. Because he ain't fighting nobody and they know it. They don't care about no free fights. They saying fight somebody. We'll watch the fights on YouTube. Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it? Oscar was like, yeah, we're gonna try to we're gonna try to work with Victor Ortiz. He was talking about Canelo came out of nowhere. I was like, whoa. I knew Canelo wasn't ready though. Man, if you go back, and look at when they was announcing Floyd and Canelo's team was laughing so hard when they was announcing Floyd. They was like, we finna crush Floyd. Look how small he is. They knew Canelo was like 175. If you go back and look at it, just go back and look at when they was announcing Canelo and Floyd. It's pure entertainment. Just look at the guys that's on Canelo team. Pure entertainment. Yeah, he's in the worst position ever. Hey, GX, you know what make it worse about Canelo? When he fight, if he let Benavidez fight Bivol. If Benavidez fight Bivol, Benavidez gonna shut down boxing. I'm telling you, they keep doing that, bro. They keep putting landmines down and they just playing with boxing right now. You see what's going on with the Fury situation. Tyson Fury is supposed to fight in December. Now he gonna fight in May. Canelo, he supposed to fight in what, May? It's March 1st and we ain't got no opponent yet. And Munguia team talking about he ain't ready. Munguia team talking about they're not ready. They asked Freddie Roach, because you know Freddie Roach working with Munguia now because he's not working with Devin Haney. But Freddie Roach was saying, they said, what you feel about the Canelo fight? Freddie Roach said, I'm trying to get back to the gym and get back to work. Munguia need about 2 fights before he fight Canelo. Then they asked Cesar Chavez. He said Munguia need 2 fights before he fight Canelo. Then they asked Berlanga. Berlanga team said, we'll fight Canelo, but we're not ready. Then today they come out and say, yeah, we ready. We want to fight. Because they heard that Munguia front runner again. Like, Canelo just playing games with the news, man. That's why I'm saying, like, I put pressure on everybody, him and Tank. But this who Tank learned it from, though. I don't know. People want to be fans of Canelo, but then they want to sit up here and try to hold Tank to a standard like They'll say, well, he's not the face of boxing. Well, you keep treating him like he is because you're focusing on him. We can't really cut the head off the snake unless we focus on the face of boxing. Yeah, if he beats Bivol, bro, it's over with. Over. Canelo's done. He beats Bivol. He beats Bivol and Beterbiev. They won't even think about Canelo. And then you know what's gonna make it worse, GX? We won't even think about Munguia after that. Man, that's gonna make it bad. But I like it though. I'm glad. When I thought about that, I was like, oh yeah, I don't care about Canelo. The only reason I was mad though is because I wanted Benavidez to get 2-time undisputed. Like I said, him and Terrence Crawford could have been 2 or 3-time undisputed. Because they the only ones trying to jump weight classes right now. It's only 2 or 3 guys jumping weight classes. I don't know if everybody know that in boxing. I know everybody think that everybody jumping weight classes and guys pound for pound. But no, that's not happening. It's only 5 guys doing that right now. And Usyk one of them. I think Munguia looked good in his last fight, though. I ain't gonna lie, GX, though. I think he getting better. I think he getting better with Freddie Roach. The way he fought in his last fight, I think he is getting better. I wouldn't even lie about that. He is getting better, but he about 2 or 3 fights away. He just starting to get his real man strength. Nah, Canelo will take advantage of him in the inside. Because he's not even going to fight the way that he thinks Canelo's going to fight. Because you know how Charlo fights. Munguia is still kind of close to that. Oh, yeah. Somebody asked me about Richard Schaefer recently. Man, I forgot. I seen him not too long ago, but it's been a while. Yeah, Richard Schaefer, he that dude, though. When it comes to those. Yeah, that's funny, though. They got Oscar beefing with Floyd and all them now. Oscar trying to go to Saudi Arabia, so he ain't gonna have no beef with nobody else right now. Oscar's super nice right now. Oscar trying to get that Saudi Arabian money. He don't care about none of that. I think he had a belt before, but man, you know, I agree. You know what I'm saying? I don't count all that. Yeah, me either. I mean, he is still young though. But at the same time, it's like, man, look, man, Xander Zaya is like 21 years old. How young is 26? You the same age as Benavidez. Munguia like 2 months older than Benavidez. And we trying to like protect, hope, like, is he ready? Like, he better be ready. Like, he don't need to be in the fight then. He don't need to be in the way. Like, Munguia don't need to be asking for anything right now. We still trying to figure out if he ready. That's crazy. I ain't even put that video out yet, but they asking if he's ready. Like, his team is like, he needs 2 more fights. Chavez Jr., Chavez Sr., like, he needs 2 more fights. He telling the Mexican media that. They like, Canelo, he asking about a guy who needs 2 more fights? Nah, man, what Benavidez at? That's all they talking about. If he push Munguia out there, I mean, I hope it work out for him. Yeah, like how Lara, them guys was. Yeah, I agree. That's what he be having trouble with. That's why he had trouble with Floyd. The counter punchers. Bivol. Bivol a good counter puncher. Oh yeah, they did. You remember they started working with them other guys. Oh, he gonna need 50. Yeah, he gonna need 50 fights. He definitely gonna need 50 fights. He definitely gonna need 50 fights. And guess who he talking about fighting next, GX? Guess who Munguia called after he fought? This was after and before he fought John Ryder. He called Derevyanchenko for a rematch. His promoter. He called Derevyanchenko for a rematch. That's the only fight he got lined up at the moment. And Canelo told I can't believe Canelo said this, man. Canelo told Munguia, hey, don't fight John Ryder, just wait on me. Munguia like, just wait on me. He said, you got a contract? Nah. He's like, well, I'm not finna wait. Now you got Canelo chasing after Munguia. Like, bro, you chasing after Munguia? Literally chasing. Hey, don't fight nobody in January. I'm gonna fight you in May. And I already said that was a problem. After the fight with Munguia and John Ryder, I said that's gonna be too close to May to turn around and have him fight again. Canelo trying to drag this dude out there, man. Yeah, turn around and fight again. It's a young dude, man, 26. He gonna drag this man out there. I told you he trying to do like Darth Vader on Star Wars. He gonna take out the young now. He ain't messing with the older guys no more, his age. He gonna destroy the next generation. That's what Canelo on right now. Everybody but Benavidez. He gonna leave Benavidez with no competition, nobody to fight. By the time Benavidez get to Munguia, he gonna have 2 losses by Canelo or something crazy like that. He gonna need 50 fights. I can't believe they called Munguia team called Derby Chico for a rematch. And he didn't have Canelo call him already. You know, kind of, bro, that's so spoiled, bro. Can y'all realize that? Munguia getting calls from Canelo, but he like, yeah, let me call Derby and Chico just in case. Just in case. Oh, yeah, he definitely be done. Oh, he definitely be done. He definitely be done. I'm trying to think of what fighter he'll be, but he'll be done. I'm trying to think of which one. But he would definitely be done. Because what he pulling right now, but it's gonna go bad for him. A lot of this stuff starting to catch up to these guys, man. Like, if you look at Fury right now, Tyson Fury, Canelo gonna be in a situation like that. He's gonna have to defend himself against. Because if you look at it right now, Canelo just had problems with Bivol, right? Now he got Bivol problems. He got Benavidez problems. Now they asking Benavidez about Canelo. He like, I don't even know Canelo like that. I seen him fight like one time, maybe. Like, I don't know that guy. He said he a little guy. Like, I ain't think about fighting that guy before. Like, where Canelo gonna go? This dude, and I'm hearing guys tell me that Canelo got a chance of rematching Bivol. Nah, man, that'll never happen. But Benavidez, if he get Bivol, boxing world over with. You gonna let a young guy come in here and just destroy everybody y'all just said was pound for pound. Because if he get the Bivol, he gonna fight Benavidez, and he gonna get a win on that. And he gonna be undisputed at 175. That's why he moving up to 75. Yeah, that's bad, man. You seen that? They gotta call out Canelo on mainstream. The bad part is they did it in Mexico too. Hey, he told a Mexican guy on the news, talking about you jealous of me. He told him in Spanish. He talking about you what he said? I think he said Canelo said that the guy picked him and said he lost to Lara or Cotto. It was one of those fights. And he said, I do think you lost. And then he said, Canelo said, you jealous. He said, I'm not jealous. I just don't want to see Yildirim. Hey, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. He going to bring him up. Hey, G, this is my thing about the Canelo thing, though. If he was okay fighting Jermell Charlo for whatever they paid him for, what's the problem now? You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever they paid you for with Jermell Charlo, why you that? I told y'all, that's why I did not want that fight. I'm telling y'all. Y'all think I'll be tripping, I'll be up here hating. I'll be telling y'all. Canelo he pulled a fast one on us last time. I'm not accepting nothing else, man. He got that Jamel Charlo money. Man, we gonna find out how much he got paid for that fight. I'm gonna find out how much he got paid for that fight. I usually don't go into all that, but I'm gonna find out because now it ain't good. It ain't good money no more. Oh yeah, with Laura. Yeah, it was Laura. Yeah, Kid Austin. That's gonna be next though. It's sad that Ryan Garcia out here doing bigger fights than Canelo. I said all this was gonna happen, man, and I don't like being right. If I was wrong right now, I have all the fights I want to see. No Crawford fight. Crawford want to fight everybody, can't get in the ring. I just heard some stuff on Keith Thurman. A lot of people been right about PBC lately. They've been right about that. Keith Thurman said he signed to fight a few guys he ain't never been in the ring with. He said he signed to fight Spence. I forgot who the other guy was. I know it was Stanionis or somebody else. And never got in the ring. I don't know what they got going on over there. They letting Canelo hold up things. Now because of Canelo, we can't get Munguia and Benavidez. Canelo a genius, man. Canelo came to PBC, act like he was gonna fight over at PBC. Then he called Munguia on the way, like, "Hey, wait for me. I'ma ask about you when I get over there." Then as soon as he hold up the fight between Benavidez and Munguia, he like, "Yeah, I've been at PBC long enough. Let me get up out of here." Everybody talking about some money. That man ain't crying about no money. He just turned down $60 million. He ain't got that much money in the world to be saying no to no $60 million. That's a fact. You see Floyd out here still fighting. Oh yeah, Canelo, man, he don't want to fight him. He do not want to fight him. He do not. What Canelo like to do is he like to put fighters like Benavidez in a situation where he got to prove himself and see if he gonna look bad. He wanted Benavidez to look bad again in that Andre fight. He said, "I want to look bad or take a loss. I want one of them to knock each other off." That's why he be saying, "Hey, y'all should fight each other." But he'll go around and spar these guys' opponents and stuff like that. Yeah, that I know. I know Canelo been trying to fight Spence. He been trying to fight Spence. Hey, you know what's crazy? I think Canelo had went over there to PBC before the Spence and Crawford deal came together. Before the Spence and Crawford fight happened. Cause I think Spence was like, nah. Cause you remember when Spence said he wanted to do the fight with Crawford. And then right after he made the fight with Crawford, guess what they did? They went and made the Charlos fight. And then now Spence out of the picture. So yeah, GX, right? Now that GX, now that he can't fight Spence, guess what? The contract voided now. So what Canelo wanted them to do was he wanted Spence to knock off Crawford, because you know Crawford was just calling out Jamel Charlo, and he was calling out Canelo right before he fought Spence. He was like, "I'll fight both of them." And everybody was saying, "Man, Crawford, he too small to fight Canelo. Canelo 168, he too big." And then you know what everybody else was saying last year? Jamel Charlo at 154, he too big for Crawford. I ain't heard nobody say that since. I'm talking about everybody was saying that. They was like, I don't know if Charles Crawford. Bro, people were just saying they don't know if Terrence Crawford could go to 147. Let's be real. Like, what are we talking about? Dudes was questioning him going to 147. Now they like, yeah, he can fight Crawford, anybody at 54. Tim Zoo. I'm like, I thought y'all just said he was too big for Charlo was too big for him at 54. No, I think he can fight Canelo now. So everybody switches around. You know how that goes. You know what? I couldn't stand Ryan Garcia. But something told me last year though, he was gonna start taking hard fights like he taking now. Win or lose, he was gonna start doing it. I felt like he was. And he's doing it. He just said the other day though, if Boston can't move forward or push forward unless Canelo fights Benavidez. He said that on national radio. He said if Canelo don't fight Benavidez, boxing ain't going nowhere. Ryan Garcia has some strong statements. That's how he feels. And people say, yeah, Ryan Garcia and Canelo, they friends right now. Nah, bro. Like I said, hey, they got real beef going on right now. Ryan Garcia and Canelo trying to see who can put on the bigger fight right now. If you don't believe me, look at their resumes and see. Ryan Garcia, he was competing with Canelo last year on who got the biggest fight. I know a lot of people say, well, the Oscar Duarte fight wasn't big. That John Ryder fight wasn't a big fight either. It was in Mexico, but it wasn't a big fight. Especially after what Munguia just did. So, like I said, Ryan Garcia had Tank Davis last year. He got Devin Haney this year. Canelo, he might not know it, but a lot of Mexican fans are starting to pay attention to Ryan Garcia right now. You're hearing it from me right now. This breaking news. I'm telling y'all, dead serious. A lot of Mexican fans are starting to pay attention to Ryan Garcia right now. They do not like Ryan Garcia. They starting to pay attention to him right now. Just because he's taking a hard fight. Ryan Garcia is a genius doing this. A genius. Canelo finna get replaced by two guys, Benavidez and Ryan Garcia. Whether we like Ryan Garcia or not, Benavidez, he's already, we already want to see him in the ring, so there's no question about that. But Ryan Garcia, he's bringing a show and he's putting on the show and bringing good opponents. Tank, Devin Haney, these guys we want to see. Oh yeah, after that Andre fight, no sir. He was like, no. People don't realize Benavidez, man, he's a very strong boxer. He's strong. He's getting older too. People don't know he's young. They think he's an older guy. They think Benavidez is like 30 years old. He the same age as Munguia. He's younger than Munguia. Munguia has to step it up. Yeah, they treat Canelo like he's 40 years old. Hey, GX, when we were growing up, man, boxers were what, 50 years old on TV? You remember dudes used to be 40, 50 years old with gray hair? Now Canelo can't go 12 rounds with a 30-year-old? Like, bro, come on, man. Let's be real. I don't know, man. I'm trying to. Oh, yeah, especially on Saturdays. Right now, yeah, I got to get to it. Right now, that's a 5 picture, too. Right now, I got to get to him. Especially on undercards last year. Mexican boxing was on point last year with undercards. I'm talking about every undercard last year and this year too. They got a lot of Mexicans on Japan undercard. Yeah, he was. Hey, he was boxing good in that fight. He was boxing good in that fight. He was best. He was boxing good in that fight. He put that B hop up there. Hey, that knockout was crazy, man. I seen it coming, but still, like, that was crazy. Yeah, Ryan did fight good against Tank though. That's what people don't realize. You know what I'm saying? Like, it been some decent boxing against Tank, like Leo Santa Cruz as well. Just left themselves open too long. Yeah, you saw that I don't know what card that was. Was that last week? That the zone card? I don't know if it was the zone or top rank. Man, they had some Mexican fights on that card. Those undercards, I don't know. I think it's the zone. They been having some hard fights lately. Yeah, man, that real stuff, bro. That kind of yeah, he definitely was dehydrated. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I said that was an excuse, but I ain't gonna lie. If you look at how big Ryan is right now, that's why he'll never make. He can't even make 140 right now. I mean, he gonna try to make 140 now for the belt, but yeah, he didn't even fight 140 his last fight. Ryan's a big guy now. He's huge. He gonna fight 147 soon. That's why him and Devin fight now. They're not gonna be in the same weight class in 2 years. Oh, definitely Tony. You remember when Tony was skinny? Skinny Tony. Yeah, he was 51. And then these guys sitting up here acting like, "Ooh, I'm glad you said something about Barbosa, GX." Yeah, I got something about Barbosa coming out. You remember I've been saying something about Barbosa? Now everybody's starting to realize. Yeah, he can fight Teofimo right now. He can fight a few guys at 140. Barbosa remind me of Cambosa. He got a little more power though. That's why he gonna be a threat for Teofimo. Hey, that's a bad style matchup for Teofimo Lopez. I'm letting y'all know that right now. Yeah, bro. Facts. See? Bro, no. Arnold Barbosa is a bad style matchup. I'm telling y'all. He like Cambosa with a lot more power. He would get Teofimo out of there. He a mandatory too. Teofimo better hope Ryan Garcia pull out of that fight. So Devin Haney can fight Barbosa. I heard Barbosa said that if Ryan Garcia pull out the fight, he gonna fight Devin Haney as a substitute. That's a good fight too. I'm telling you, 140 finna get jumping. As soon as these mandatories start to kick in, you're gonna see a lot of guys start leaving 140. I think Devin Haney and Ryan is getting big though, but they gotta try to hang for at least 2 more fights or something like that. But they gonna try to make Haney fight Sandor Martin next. But Barbosa a problem though. I didn't think he was gonna get the knockout last fight. Well, actually, I think I did. I don't know if I predicted. I don't know. I knew he was gonna win, but I don't know about a knockout. Yeah, he a major problem at 140, man. He the mandatory for Teofimo right now. I don't know when it's gonna be, but I know he the mandatory. I think Teofimo gonna try to fight Ryan Garcia next, though. I'm gonna let y'all know that right now. Teofimo and Ryan Garcia, they're gonna try to make a fight after that Devin Haney fight. I'm not just saying this either. I already know it. It's gonna be more of a chance that Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Ryan or Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, 'Teofimo and Ryan fight instead of Rolly and Tia. 'Cause, Yeah. I like the fact that Pitbull at 140 and still at 135. He can still fight at 135. He just moved up to 140 because he can fight for a belt, but he can still fight at 135. And those, if all those guys fight each other, that'll be a good division. We haven't had 140 stacked to where it's like 30 guys in that weight class. You got Gary Antoine Russell in that weight class. Nobody fought yet. I mean, it's a lot of guys, and nobody talks about him. Barbosa just popped up as far as people talking about him. Versus Fandora, I ain't think about that. That'll be a good fight. You think they'll make that fight? I know he ain't gonna fight Xander Zayas at 154. That'll be a good fight though. Fandora, he with Golden Boy though. I don't Virgil Ortiz is. I don't know if they gonna make that fight. You know how them dudes be doing. That'll be a good fight though. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, nobody want to fight Gary Russell. I ain't gonna lie to you. Nobody. Yeah, Barbosa, he'll fight anybody. But nobody. I'm talking about nobody want to fight Gary Russell. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't talk about him enough. I ain't gonna lie. I need to. Nobody want to fight him though. He too big. Then, hey, I heard him say recently. This might have been last year, but he was like, I can make 135 right now. Bro, Gary Russell said he can make 135. Gary Antoine Russell. That's crazy. Ain't nobody trying to call him out. Okay. I'm just saying. You know, usually when a guy fights a guy like Boots in the amateurs or Olympics and they say, oh, yeah, he beat Boots. Usually people say, oh, I want to fight him. Nobody call him out, though. You know what that means? No, Ryan can. Ryan been boxing for years. Ryan been boxing for years, like at a high level. No, Ryan a problem at boxing. He just, you know what I'm saying? He market himself like that. That's what be happening with when I look at Teofimo, sometimes I forget that he be marketing himself. I be forgetting that these guys got to promote themselves and, you know, they got to do the promoter thing and try to look for clout. Sometimes I try to separate it, but I mean, as far as with Ryan, as long as he making the big fights and fighting the top guys, I don't think they pimping him though. I wouldn't say they pimping him because he been fighting top guys. I think he's just doing this right now because he don't know what his weight gonna be over the next couple of years. To be honest with you, because him and Devin Haney, you realize that they just popped up from 135 at the same time. They left 135, didn't even fight what I know he didn't fight at 140. Ryan Garcia was 143 his last fight. So he's gonna be at 147 soon. So he's fighting right now, and that's why a lot of people saying Tank should fight Haney now because we don't know how big Haney can be in 2 years. He can probably be 154. Oh yeah, Nunes, he a beast. Yeah, he a beast. I was supposed to do a video on him. Yeah, he a beast. Oh, they did? I forgot they did that. Yeah, that makes sense. If they saw, yeah, that makes sense. You think that fight gonna be next? That might be next. But from what I seen, they try to make like 1 or 2 fights before they make a guy fight that they just signed. Like Barbosa and I think Ramirez. Then Jose Ramirez just signed the Golden Boy. Or am I tripping? I think they let a guy fight like once or twice before they do that. I know Ramirez, he like number 2 in the division. You talking about the older Gary Russell or the 140 Gary? Obviously, you talking about the yeah, I would watch that. I would watch that. I thought that Tank was gonna fight Gary Russell. They was looking at that fight. They was looking at making that fight happen. They've been actually looking at that fight. They was actually looking at that. De Los Santos, I don't know what's going on with De Los Santos. I'm looking for his next fight. I wanted to see De Los Santos, Frank Martin, who else at 135 against Tank. You know, those kind of style matchups. I want to see guys who can actually who have enough power to actually knock Tank out in the ring. I just want to see guys like that right now. I don't want to see guys who can punch a lot. I felt like De Los Santos would have been a good matchup though. Oh yeah, Ryan Garcia, huge, bro. Huge. He's starting to cross over now. He's taking those big fights. That's what's going on. He's getting huge now. Oh yeah, I know he number 1. Yeah, that's gonna happen then. They might try to use Charles to get that belt, huh? I think they'll probably try to use Charles to get a belt. Or try to get a number 1 ranking spot. They do that a lot. They'll get a guy, use him for a belt or whatever, then they'll let him go later on. They probably gonna do him like that. I forgot who they did that to recently, but they tried to do that to O'Shaquie Foster. You remember when Hernandez almost beat Foster? Eddie Hearn's gonna do that with the belt. Allegedly, but you know. I'll be real with you. I think Haney can fight past 147, but it's gonna be a while before he can fight a guy like a Boots or something. He ain't gonna have enough muscle at one. It's gonna be a while before he can fight a guy like a Boots. He is definitely not ready for a Boots right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I don't know if he ready. Man, I just don't know. Oh yeah, okay. I wonder what his next fight gonna be. Oh, okay. You talking about the intern for Virgil? Yeah, Virgil Ortiz at 54. He too big. I can see Haney fight him like one day, but I don't know. Virgil might move up to 60 by then. Yeah, his last fight was decent. People ain't like his last fight. I thought Foster. I thought he did what he was supposed to. We know he can fight Ashton Pat. Dang, that's crazy. That is wild. Yeah, Boots a young dude, man. People think Boots older. That's why they like Boots need to fight Crawford. Like, bro, Boots the same age as these young dudes. They think Boots the same age as Canelo or something. Oh yeah, Barrio's a problem. Dang. So him, Virgil, Barrios, they all around that same group. Yeah, I think I could see Shakur Stevenson at 54 before I can see Devin there. From his frame and everything. I think that's too much weight past 47. Because Spence, he a bigger guy too. Devin Haney ain't bigger than Spence now. Let's be real. And Spence can make 47. Like, come on now. We ain't talking about rehydration. And Spence can make 47. Devin should be all right at 47. Because Spence, man, he big like the Charlos almost. Yeah, it is. It is. I thought Vila was gonna go I thought Vila was gonna go all the way a decision against Boots, man. That Vila got a fight. That's his next fight. What the Vila next fight is, man? I'm trying to figure out what his next fight is. Vila against Ellis was crazy. That was a crazy fight. Yeah, me too. I think Tank limit is 40. If he was taller, he could be at 47. He's a short guy. I think him and Eastside Cruz, they limit is around 140. They can't go no higher than that. Yeah, Vila a beast. I was talking about the other day. I made it seem like I ain't like him, but I like Vila. He a beast. I thought he was gonna get the decision though. Not win, but I thought he'll go like 10, 12 rounds against Boots, but it was just too much, man. He don't fight like McDonald to you a little bit. Maybe I'm reaching, but that's what he remind me of a little bit. To be honest with you, I don't know if none of those guys stronger at 140 than him either. To be honest with you. I think Gary Russell got a chance though. I'm not gonna lie. I think Gary Russell got a chance. You think they need to run that back again? They don't have fights fast enough. If they did like 3 or 4 fights a year, we could always have rematches like that, but they don't have the fights fast enough. That's what they should do though. Like Mexican boxing was saying on Pro Box. Pro Box have fights fast, so they can do a rematch ASAP. They definitely need to run that back. That'll be a good fight. I agree with you on that, GX. That's a good fight. I missed part of it though. I was so mad I missed part of that fight. I seen when he got knocked down though. He said the Mexican he had even tested and had to use. Wow. Oh, I ain't know he sparred with Zepeda. Zepeda finna fight Maxie Hughes. I think that's this month, ain't it? March. I think that's this month. Yeah, he was. McDonough was a brawler. He was decent enough boxer, but mostly a brawler. Yeah, he was a beast, man. Yeah, McDonough versus Manny, that would have been a good fight. That would have been a good fight, man. They could, hey, when you look back, they could have matched up Manny a lot better. Instead of fighting Tim Bradley or somebody, they could have had a way more better matchups with Manny. That McDonough and Manny fight, that would have been good. Yeah, I think Thurman versus McDonough. If Thurman would have fought the old McDonough, the one like that had Adrian Bronner and Floyd, I don't know. He probably would have had problems with that guy. Yeah, I agree. McDonough versus Porter, that would have been crazy. Cause Porter would have fought him like he did against Earl Spence. That definitely would have been a good fight. I was hoping McDonough would have got in shape, man. When he was getting in shape, losing all that weight, he got down pretty close, but I don't know what happened, man. That was a lot of weight though. I would have seen him in the ring again. That would have been an excellent fight. Yeah, I got McDonough stopping Thurman too. I have Crawford stopping Manny. Yeah, I think he would have been a problem for Manny. You know, Crawford a newer boxer. You know what I'm saying? Like to most people, and he's considered a new era, new generation boxer. But he's hard to beat, man. He's been stopping a lot of guys lately. He's been stopping a lot of guys. Like whatever Canelo's doing, he's doing the same thing. So it's not hard to say him stopping Manny. Yeah, I can see that happening. Manny was hard to stop back then too. The Manny against Cotto and these other guys, Manny was a problem. I think Manny versus Canelo though, I would have watched that. That's a fight we should have had. That's definitely a fight we should have had. But if you look back though, Manny's gave us some good fights recently. Thurman versus that Manny versus Thurman fight, that was amazing. That's still a good fight. I seen Thurman talking the other day, man. He looked like he was ready. Looking to fight Keith Thurman. I mean, Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu it's gonna be a hard fight for Keith Thurman at 147. Keith Thurman a dog, man, but Tim Tszyu be beating the crap out of dudes. Tony Harrison, who beat Charlo. Yeah, that was crazy. That was a good fight. That Horn fight. Jeff Horn fight like Keith Thurman goes in and out like that. That in and out style. Jeff Horn got some good fights. Hey, Jeff Horn got a resume too, GX. I looked at that too. Jeff Horn fought Tim Tszyu. Um, he fought Terrence Crawford and Manny Pacquiao. Yeah, Jeff Horn decent. He fights everybody. I like anybody who fights everybody. Jump, Jeff Horn, he fights everybody. He was tough against Crawford though. He didn't go out there and just lay down. You know what I'm saying? I think he fought Crawford better than what Amir Khan did or Kell Brook, to be honest. That's when I knew. I said, okay, Jeff Horn, he decent. Even Earl Spence said that though before Crawford fight him. He said Jeff Horn a good fighter. And he was telling the truth. Because if you look at Jeff Horn against Tim Tszyu didn't really like destroy him, but he did beat him up pretty bad. Oh, he got a retirement? I thought he retired. They said something about recently Jeff Horn retired. I said, I don't know why he retired. He was fighting some hard guys though, man. Oh yeah, both of them guys might be there now. Cause they've been at what, 154 since what? I mean 147 since 2016, 17. I know Spence been at 47 since like 15. I think Jeff Horn might have fought Tim Tszyu at 54. I'm not sure though. That was a good fight. Y'all never seen that before though. Oh no, Tim Tszyu, he ain't fought since Tim Tszyu fight. That was at 53. Well, 54. Yeah, Jeff Horn fought Tim Tszyu at 54. Yeah, he done. He retired. Tim Tszyu retired that man. He was decent though. He got stopped by Crawford. Then he won his next fight by knockout. Then he got stopped by Zerafa, and he beat him. Then he lost to Tim Tszyu. I don't know. He did a good job to me. Yeah, he retired. He did a good. He hasn't fought since 2020. He did a good job to me though. I don't know. I mean, everybody can't beat Terrence Crawford and Tim Tszyu. Right now, yes. I feel like he does. He gonna have some trouble with Tim Tszyu though. Tim Tszyu a lot better than what we think he is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm actually a Boots. I like Boots before I knew about a Tim Tszyu, but Tim Tszyu's a problem, man, for real. I've seen him do some things where these new guys who's boxing now, they're not just like regular boxers, brawlers. They can do it all now. So Tim Tszyu, he's pretty crazy. I say Tim Tszyu's a hard fight for Boots. That's probably the only person I'll say. Like Tim Tszyu and Crawford, those like 50-50 fights for me. So I don't know, to be honest. Those are the only guys I can actually see giving Boots a hard fight. But I feel like Boots even can challenge some guys at 60. But he's a bigger guy, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like he has to get a little bit more experience. Just a little bit. Not because he don't have the talent or nothing, just to be in the ring with guys who's faster and stronger. He's fought everybody though. Yeah, De La Hoya at 35. Yeah, I wish De La Hoya would have had some better fights at 35. At 35, De La Hoya could have had a way better resume. I was looking at that the other day. I think Pacquiao, I said the same thing about Pacquiao. Pacquiao didn't stay at 35 long, I don't think. I think he had like 1 or 2 fights. Yeah, Tim Tszyu, his uppercut, and I know Keith Thurman said he doesn't move around a lot. Tim Tszyu's crazy, man. Go look at that Brian Mendoza fight. Tim Tszyu wanted Brian Mendoza to walk forward. The same time he was walking forward. I don't know, dude kind of crazy. And he was just throwing some crazy uppercuts. The way he's punching around guys, I'm not over exaggerating. Tim Tszyu punches around people like kind of how David Benavidez does. Like the way the uppercuts he's throwing and the hooks, it's crazy. Yeah. You think? Yeah, Virgil is big, man. I'm not gonna lie. I need to see Virgil a little bit more. That's why I was so mad. I didn't see that much of Virgil at 54. I just want to see a little bit more of Virgil, just to see. I haven't even. I keep forgetting about him and Tim Zoo, Virgil Ortiz and Tim Zoo. That's crazy. I keep forgetting about that. I wonder who Virgil Ortiz. He gonna make that division kind of hot, man. 54. You got him. Um, I think Garcia's at 60 or 54. I don't know. I gotta remember. But you got him, Zayas. Yeah, he did have a good footwork though. He did have good footwork, but had him looking bad, man. Yeah, that's pretty crazy though. That Zoo and Boots is actually an option right now, as far as in the future. If they would have had that fight on the same card, that would have changed how boxing's running right now. I don't know if they changed that because of the Canelo situation or what. Right now, if I had to choose, yes, but I don't know, man, because Crawford getting older now, so I don't know if Crawford is in. I don't know if he passed his prime yet, because I seen Canelo versus Mayweather the other day. Mayweather, he's still in his prime at 36, but Crawford, he's going up to fight Canelo at 68 and Virgil Ortiz at what? Um, Not Virgil Ortiz, but Tim Zoo at 54. I mean, he gives him a hard time. If I had to choose, I would say yes, but it's an even fight. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely even. Crawford's not easy to fight, man, these days. This guy's every time he fights somebody better, he knocks them out. Even though Earl Spence looked kind of bad in that fight, he did a lot of good things in that fight. A lot of stuff that people don't do against Crawford. A lot of people don't come forward against Crawford like Spence was. I will say that. And that's an honest truth. A lot of people don't come forward against Crawford. But to be honest, I don't feel like I feel like that fight would just build up too long. We didn't get the best fight we could have. It would have still ended the same way, but we didn't get. It wasn't a lot of energy behind that fight. You can kind of tell. I don't know if they knew the plan or everything that's going on right now, but I don't know. It's kind of confusing right now because the way PBC moving right now, they moving like they want Terrence Crawford to get whatever he wants. Oh yeah, he's extremely strong. He used to be a wrestler too. He's dangerously strong. He's very strong. That's why people starting to realize now he can move. He can move up to 68, man. He can put on weight. He can put on 20 pounds in 2 months and go up to 68. People don't realize that. Terrence Crawford, he knows how to lose weight and move up in weight. He's been losing weight and stuff like that before these boxers have. So he knows everything about that. That's what people don't know. He's a bigger guy now. He's gotten bigger in the last couple of weeks. He's getting ready for somebody. They say he's trying to get a fight with Tim Tszyu. I'm hearing a lot of guys right now. What I heard recently was I heard Tim Tszyu was supposed to fight Danny Garcia, and Danny Garcia turned it down. Tim Tszyu turned it down and chose Keith Thurman. But if Keith Thurman didn't choose Tim Tszyu, they were going to put him in there with Danny Garcia. That's why Danny Garcia didn't fight Lara. So a lot of these fights that's going on, it's not like they're setting them up as planned. They kind of just going to guys like, hey, will you fight this guy? So they literally went to Keith Thurman and said, will you fight Tim Tszyu? He said, yeah. Then they announced the fight 2 weeks later, a week later, I think. So they don't really have no plan for real. As far as Canelo, they got a plan, but everybody else, they have to kind of pick up after Canelo or somebody else a plan don't fall through. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm telling people, man, I had said something last year about that because, I was going for Crawford. I picked around and Crawford was going to knock him out and everything, but they kind of wait to drag that fight out too long. I'm a fan, and I was already drained from waiting on the fight. And if you look at a lot of those guys who waited on fights like Haney and Ryan Garcia and Earl Spence, a lot of those guys moving up to the next weight class now because they waited so long in those weight classes. Their body's tired now. They try to hold on to those belts and those big fights as long as they can. Yeah, me too. I think Danny Garcia is stronger at 54 though. But yeah, I think I got him crushing him too. I definitely got him doing that. That's him with Keith Thurman though, it's gonna be interesting, man. Keith Thurman, he only has one loss, man. It's gonna be interesting with that fight. It's gonna be a way better fight than how I'm treating it. That Tim Tszyu Thurman fight, I'm telling y'all, it's gonna be a way better fight than what we think it is. I'm gonna say it now. I've been hearing Keith Thurman. Hey, go watch the Keith Thurman interview with Sean Porter. He said a lot in that interview. He knows what's up. He knows everybody picking him to get knocked out. He knows everybody think he's gonna get knocked out. He knows it. I don't know if he's gonna go in there and survive, but he knows that everybody's asking for a knockout in this fight or expect him to get knocked out. So he got to pull through in this one. He said he wanted to fight though. That's what surprised me about Keith Thurman. He said he signed to fight a few guys, Spence, all these guys last year. He hasn't been really what they say, on vacation or not wanting to fight. He said he's been signing the fights. They just haven't been putting them through, or they haven't been coming together. But he said he chose the Tim Tszyu fight. They brought it to him, said they can make it happen. He said, let's do it. So Keith Thurman think he can win this fight. So it's gonna be a very good fight. It's gonna be interesting, man. He got a lot to prove. Definitely got a lot to prove. This is kind of like the older guy of the era after Floyd Mayweather. These young guys, they're trying to retire these guys like Keith Thurman. He's kind of offended right now. He said that He never been knocked out before, and people saying he gonna get knocked out and he gonna get stopped. It's pretty crazy. I did say that when I did my little breakdown. I did my breakdown already, but I did say in my breakdown he only has one loss, and he's one of those only boxers that can throw a power punch on the move. He can throw a haymaker on the move. We got to remember that. Yeah, I don't think he understand, man. That's what I'm saying, GX. 2 years off, man. 2 years off, man. That's what I don't understand. 2 years off is a long time. He hasn't fought since the Barrios fight, and that was a long time ago. So he got a lot. He got to prove right now. If he doesn't go in there, at least go 12. They gonna want to, man. They gonna want to retire him, man. They gonna say no more main event, no more pay-per-view. He's done. They gonna retire him. It's crazy because he only has one loss. That's the crazy part. Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna lie, me too. I definitely do too. Definitely do. I gotta agree with you on that. Definitely gotta agree with you on that. And Keith Thurman, one of my favorite fighters. But man, I feel like he going to sleep in this fight. And he never goes out like that. He picked the fight though. He chose the fight, so he knows what he's up against. But yeah, man, Tim Tszyu stopped a lot of guys last year. Top 10 guys too. I gotta see what's going on with that. It's a tough matchup. Very tough matchup. I haven't seen Keith Thurman fight a guy like this before. I think the closest we seen was what, Sean Porter. He had some issues against Barrios. This ain't the same as fighting the Mario Barrios. That's what Keith Thurman. I don't know the way he's talking. It's not like he understands that Tim Tszyu is not like a Mario Barrios guy. Even though Mario Barrios is a good fighter, but he's not a 47. Mario Barrios is actually a 140 who moved up to 47. So that's not the same as what Keith Thurman think he get in the ring with now. Nah. You're fighting a guy who's probably gonna go to 160 soon. Yeah, man. I picked Tony Harrison to win that fight too. I was like, now that I think about it, I'm like, late replacements is not a good idea all the time. I fell in love with the late replacement thing. Yeah, he was not ready. Yeah, Tim Tszyu was a problem in that fight. He getting better too, man. I can kind of tell how they developing too. You seen his brother in the last fight? His brother getting better. They got a certain style they fight with, man. These guys fight like real life, like Rocky Balboa. Like how they used to fight in the movie, how guys be bouncing all over the place. They really fight like that. They can box, but they really like brawl and yeah, his last fight his brother had, he knocked that guy out pretty bad. Yeah, those guys, they got some nasty knockouts, man. Even the knockout he had against Ocampo, I think he knocked them out when he was falling. Yeah, he was not ready at all. Man, did you see that? Man, the way he knocked out Ocampo and Harrison. Oh yeah, his brother was, man. That was a good. Did you see that, bro? That was a brutal knockout. That was like a street fight knockout. Like that was a bare knuckle knockout. He was holding the dude and punching him. I was like, whoa. After he got knocked down and everything, that was crazy. Yeah, Tim Tszyu got a. Them dudes crazy, man. I don't know if people know that, but the way they fight, it's gonna be difficult for Keith Thurman to kind of pull that off. But I'm hoping he does, and I hope he does. But that's a major step to take, though, because right now what I'm seeing is all the young guys starting to they starting to be vultures on the older guys. You see Canelo, he's like one of the last ones left. The only guy who's really like older, well, it's only a couple of guys. I say Bitterbill and Crawford. Like the young guys, they won't mess with him or mess with those guys. But Canelo, he gets tried and tested a little more. Now Thurman's in the picture. These young guys, man, they putting pressure on these guys. That's crazy. Now you look at it, keep Tim Tszyu, he got Tony Harrison, took Charlo belt, gonna fight he's gonna fight Keith Thurman soon. Tim Tszyu gonna have a nice resume. He beat Keith Thurman though. But that's gonna be Jeff Horn, um, Tony Harrison, Carlos Uncampo, Brian Mendoza, then Keith Thurman. That's gonna be decent. Dang, you think so? Wow. I wonder how long he gonna be at 54. Wow. Charlo versus Tim Tszyu. That would be crazy if that happens soon. You talking about Jamel Charlo? Man, I can't believe Berlanga called him out. You heard Berlanga call him out? GX. I don't know if you heard that yet. I thought it was just a regular call out, but nah, he trying to fight him for real. I can see Jamal Charlo. I wonder if Jamal Charlo gonna fight Adamas. Because from what I seen, Tim Tszyu, he gonna move up to 160 soon. He might not chase 154. I think his little brother at 154. He gonna move up soon. Yeah, he does. I think Charlo lost all his belts though. You think he get KO by Canelo? Man, from what I'm hearing, man, they sound like they're not confident about him fighting Canelo. I don't even know if he'll fight the same after he get out of there with Canelo. Bro, Langer still got an attitude problem. Not an attitude problem. He got an anger issue. He get mad easy. Oh, he gets mad. I mean, that's a good thing because every boxer, a lot of boxers do that, but if he does that with Canelo, oh man, that'll be wild. But it looks like Berlanga right now, though. But a lot of people think he'll get KO'd, though. From what I seen, though, I'm not gonna lie, though, GX. Hey, Berlanga got a chin, man. I seen Berlanga, I seen Berlanga in that Ngolu fight. Ngolo. I can't even say his name right. I say his name right all the time. I can't even say it right now. Angulo, bro, man, he was taking some uppercuts in that fight. I was like, oh, Berlanga got a chin. He was taking like 4 uppercuts. Boom, boom, boom. I was like, whoa. I don't see a beat. I don't see a beat Canelo, man. Yeah, I don't want him to fight Canelo, man. To be honest with you, if they want to see him get destroyed, I mean, it sounds like everybody trying to get a payday over there. Because yesterday they said Berlanga wasn't ready. Now today they said we'll accept the deal and whatever offer they get. That's crazy. They know he's not ready. He hasn't even fought that much recently. A guy like Berlanga need to be fighting 3 or 4 times a year. They got the young guys fighting twice a year, and that's not right, man. You can't get these guys ready for Canelo like that. Canelo got 60 fights. These guys got 30 fights trying to go in there and fight him. That's not good math right there. But I think Berlanga, if he goes a different direction as far as like fighting Benavidez and Munguia, he'll probably have a better career. But if he goes in there and fight Canelo, I know everybody not gonna pick him to win, so it'll be a good fight. Yeah, he's just feeding these young guys, man. They just feeding them, man. Feeding all these young guys to Canelo. He's not fighting not one older guy no more. As far as around his age, Crawford, or if it's not Charlo or anybody, that's not gonna happen. We're not gonna have any fighters left. Everybody we're gonna be watching is a guy that's gonna have a loss, or and then if you notice, a lot of these guys don't fight after they fight Canelo. They do like Charlo or Billy Joe Saunders. They go into semi-retirement. That's what I'm saying. Canelo, he has to kind of make some stars in boxing if he's gonna be the face of boxing. Most of the guys he's fighting retiring, so we're not gonna have anybody left. John Ryder just retired. I mean, if you even look at Canelo's resume, most of the guys he has on his resume is retired. Except Kovalev came back, but it's not the same. Kovalev just came back and he fought Canelo. I think the last time he fought was some guy after Canelo, but a lot of these guys don't fight much after they fight Canelo. So you got John Ryder, he's retired. Then you got Triple G, he hasn't fought since he fought Canelo. Then you got Bivol, he tried to get a rematch. Canelo didn't want that. Then you got Caleb Plant. He fought Canelo in what, 2021, November 2021, right? He's only fought twice since then. He's fought once in 2022, once in 2023. Billy Joe Saunders, he hasn't fought since 2021, May of 2021, against Canelo Alvarez. And you got Yildirim. He hasn't fought since 2022. Color Smith, he just lost. For some reason, they saying Color Smith is suspended. I don't know what that's about. Sergey Kovalev, he's fought once since Canelo Alvarez fight. So a lot of these guys Canelo got, bro, they retired, man. Ooh, that's a good question. Dang. Any of those guys? Ooh, that's a tough one. Man, you said none of them? Man, I might have to agree with you on that. Wow. Hey, what is he gonna do? Hey, GX, what is he gonna do at 168? Is he gonna be able to be at 168 a long time, or does he got to cash in? I think Andre going back to 60. I heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if Charlo's coming to 168. Jamal Charlo. Jamal Charlo, he didn't drop his belt yet, so I didn't really think he would fight Canelo until he dropped his belt. I was waiting on Jamal Charlo to drop his belt at 160. He has a mandatory coming up against Carlos Adames. I know Carlos Adames was trying to fight Canelo, but that's not gonna happen. But they have a mandatory coming up at 160. I think Andre might go back to 160. And Billy and Morrell, they supposed to be a mandatory. Yeah, facts. You know that's a dub. You know that's a dub. That's definitely a dub. You know, and Billy and Morrell Morrell is mandatory is gonna be in Billy. So that's gonna be a problem for Morrell. Hey, you notice I met GX? I don't want to start nothing, but Morrell been quiet lately, man. I seen him recently at a fight, but he ain't do too much calling out recently. I was just wondering that. Because I know he got in Billy around the corner. Christian and Billy gonna be a problem for him. That's gonna be a good fight, man. I hope they can put that fight together this year. GX and Billy versus Morrell. Caleb Plant said he's trying to do the Charlo fight, but Charlo won't answer the phone or do the fight. But I think Charlo got a mandatory, so he can't do the fight right now. He should have fought Plant instead of Benavidez. But I think they was doing that because both Benavidez was on the card. I don't think they fought on the same card like that before. But Caleb Plant, he's waiting on Charlo. I can't believe Canelo came to PBC and stopped Benavidez versus Munguia and Charlo versus Crawford and left. That's why I knew. I said Charlo, he just took the fight. He didn't even know what the plan was. If Crawford wouldn't have fought, if Canelo wouldn't have fought Charlo would have had to fight Tim Tszyu or Terrence Crawford. And now we don't get any fight. We get we get Charlo versus Canelo, and that's it. And that wasn't a fight we even wanted. That's crazy. I feel like the Joshua fight might save everything right now. Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. I can't wait to see that fight. That's the fight I'm waiting on. That's the fight I'm waiting on. They might have to start getting rid of some belts, man. These guys will start fighting each other. I think that's a good plan to me. Because you got a lot of guys now at 168. If you start to realize like Berlanga and Billy, Morrell, Plant, Mungie up there now. There's a lot of guys up there that can fight each other. That's why I think Canelo needs to start letting go of the belts, man. It's kind of holding up a lot of stuff. Can't really make any mandatories right now without no belts. And it's only so many interns and all the other stuff you can do. Being contenders and being a super, it's not the same after a while. But I wonder when they're going to try to schedule that Morrell and Billy fight. I'm trying to see if Morrell's last fight was a mandatory or... I know M. Billy put himself in position for a mandatory with that last fight, so we're gonna see. I don't see Morrell going to 175. He's not big enough for 175, so he's got to fight one of those guys. But I can see him beating Berlanga right now. But it'll be a tough fight though. Berlanga, he can pull it off, but yeah, he definitely got to fight more. That's why I can't find out how good he is sometimes. It's hard to find out how. Yeah, he gotta fight Morrell, man. He gotta fight more too. He does not want to have that fight though. You heard what Morrell said about Plant? I don't know if they're friends or what. I guess they're friends. I don't know. He was like he likes him, he got a lot of respect for him, and which is cool, but the way he said it was like he don't even want to fight him. It sounded like Morrell don't even want to fight Caleb Plant. I think he said he would, but he didn't sound too confident. Caleb Plant got to fight him though. Caleb Plant only fought twice in the last 2 years? He got to fight more than once a year. He's not a younger guy anymore either. He should be fighting twice this year. I think the Darrell win was big. I like the Darrell win. It wasn't a huge win, but it was a good bounce back win as far as a knockout, and him not fighting a lot didn't help though. I mean, it was a good win, but yeah, he needs a bigger win after that though. Yeah, a lot of these guys, they need legacy wins. They don't have things like they got basic wins and belts, but they don't have any kind of big time fight wins and big time fights like that. I agree. He got to fight more. It's too many guys at 168. Hey, GX, we're going to find out who these guys really are, though, in a minute. These guys don't start fighting each other, we're going to start finding out, especially this year. You see now, people think the pressure's just on Canelo. It's on everybody. They putting pressure on everybody in boxing right now. Tyson Fury, it don't matter who you are. They don't want to pay for the same stuff. That's the way it's going right now. Then they got Saudi Arabia putting out fights. And a lot of people don't realize it, but most of the time you got to go through PBC if you want to get one of these guys like Morrell or Benavidez or somebody. So sometimes you got to choose which guy you're going to fight when you actually doing these deals, like what Canelo did. But from what I heard, GX, though, they talking about Jamel Charlo, the Charlo who fought Canelo. They talking about him and Berlanga that had a little talk. I know the team talk, but And I know he was mentioning his name as far as that's the only guy he been mentioning. That surprised me, but it made sense. Before Charlo fought Canelo, he said if he lose to Canelo, he literally said this out of his mouth. He was like, if he lose to Canelo, he might go back to 154, but he don't know if he want to lose all that weight. You know what I'm saying? He said, I don't know if I want to lose weight again after I fight Canelo, so I might stay at 160, 168. Depending on what kind of big fights they have up there, I'll stay up there. I just want the big fights. And basically, he said that Tim Tsz유's not a big fight to him, so the Berlanga rumor, if Charlo is going to fight soon, which I assume he will, I just don't think it's going to be at 54 since he let all the belts go. So him and Berlanga, it makes sense. Yeah, it did. It'll go back up with Berlanga, though. That's why it makes sense, GX. If he hop in the ring with Berlanga right now, we going to watch it, right? That's the only fight I can see him hopping in the ring right now. It makes sense. His stock went all the way down. Yeah, his stock went down, man. He could have fought a lot better too. What I didn't like was I knew he was gonna go in there and survive. As soon as Canelo started to try to knock him out, Charlo started fighting back. I said, "Oh, you're just gonna fight to survive. You can actually fight back though." That was terrible. That was a decent card he was on too. Yeah, he needs to redeem himself. He definitely does. I don't like doing that for fighters with one fight, but I knew Canelo was gonna do this though. I don't like blaming fighters after one fight, but I knew Charlo was gonna do this for Canelo. I've been saying this since last. If y'all look at my first couple of videos on this channel, I said Charlo was giving Canelo a way out, and he did. He gave Canelo a way out. That's the only guy on PBC that got a chance to fight Canelo. We've been saying all these years, "Oh, Canelo don't want to fight me." Nobody want to fight Canelo. I mean, nobody want to fight Charlo. Nah, he ain't even in the ring no more. He don't even want to fight no more. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dude's scared, man. They don't want to get cracked by Canelo. They do not want to get cracked. Charlo felt that power, man. He almost got dropped. I don't know what round it was. It was like the 9th or 10th round when he was exchanging with Canelo. And he kind of like his legs kind of like buckled, like he almost fell. Yeah, Canelo definitely clipped him. He didn't exchange after that. That's when the fight changed right there. Yeah, Bivol, man, he gave him the blueprint, man. Then Canelo gonna say Bivol better than Floyd Mayweather. Only he would say something like that. I had thought about it. I was like, bro, who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, are we gonna get a rematch? This dude made Bivol so famous. Canelo put Bivol on the map, man. He literally put this man on the map. I know Bivol more famous than Bitterbeer now. That's how I know Bitterbeer gonna go out there and knock Bivol out. I want to pick Bivol, but I'm like, Bitterbeer is like, man, Canelo that made this dude more famous than me in my own country. I'm finna go knock this dude out, man. Canelo made him super famous. Nobody knew who he was. Now everybody can spell his name and everything. That's wild, man. Canelo should have got that rematch. But Bivol gonna keep boxing going though. All Bivol got to do is fight Benavidez. Benavidez beat Bivol. Canelo can't say nothing after that. He gonna have to retire. That's why I love boxing. One thing about boxing is you gotta keep fighting. You gotta keep fighting in boxing. That's why I like it. Yeah, he was definitely a cherry pick going wrong. That was one of the worst cherry picks going wrong. I don't know. He's probably the worst cherry pick going wrong, like, ever. He's probably the worst one ever. They did a good job though, because they didn't really put him against guys like, you see how they put him against Zordo right after that fight? If he would have fought Zordo before Canelo, Canelo probably wouldn't have fought him. They had a good plan, man. They tricked Canelo. They was like, yeah, he's not fighting anybody. I bet Eddie Hearn talked him into it. That just goes to show that Kovalev win, man. That had Canelo. Canelo thought he could beat anybody at 175. That's crazy. But he won't fight Bivol though. I mean, Benavidez or Bivol for a rematch. I don't understand it. And Benavidez, he's always been the same size. But now we see the games though. But 168 is it's loaded, man. I don't know if I want to see Berlanga or Morrell over these other 168s right now. I don't know if Morrell or Billy is ready for Canelo. I heard Caleb Plant say he wanted a rematch, but nah, I don't think nobody want to watch that. Nah, I don't want to see that as a rematch. I'd rather see some other fights for a rematch. As far as I want to just see Canelo and Bivol. That's the only rematch I want to see. It's not like Canelo doesn't have a chin. He didn't get knocked out in the fight or anything like that, so I would have kind of ran that back. He just need a warm up, man. My thing about Canelo is he waits in between fights too long to kind of fight. Yeah, he got a big jab right now. He got excellent footwork too. Yeah, he's stronger than what I thought he was. I saw his last fight. He a lot stronger than I thought he was. He's a lot stronger. He might win that fight against Beterbiev though. I don't know. That's gonna be a hard fight to choose, man. I really don't know who's gonna win that fight. Yeah, he could have fought Canelo at 168. How you got Bivol calls Canelo out at 168 and Canelo like, no. These dudes don't even. You see how hard it is to get other guys to go down and wait or grow up? Could have fought him at 168. That's wild to me. We don't get Canelo's had a lot of chances to have big fights in different places. That fight wasn't supposed to happen. Bivol at 168, that'll never happen again. He's probably too big for that now. And that was after they didn't want to pay the guy. He didn't get paid. They didn't want to put the fight together because the WBC said that because of the war in Russia and Ukraine, they don't want to have the title fight yet. You do? I gotta watch some more, man. I ain't gonna lie, I have seen Beterbiev exposed as far as to boxers like Bivol. But usually he ends up stopping him, man. That's the crazy thing. Like the dude he a machine. Even when the fight with Marcus Brown, like when he was bleeding in his face, he just kept boxing and combinations kept flowing. He was boxing like he wasn't bleeding. End up winning the fight. So he's gonna be kind of hard to beat. But I've been picking Bivol for the last couple of months. I started to change this year for some reason. I don't think it was because of the last fight. It's just some other things. They know each other very well though. We gotta find out who knows each other best as far as him and Bivol. So I don't know if Bivol knows Benaviv a lot more than he does know him. So that's what's gonna kind of dictate the fight. But he right about that though. Yeah, his footwork's too good. I feel like he could have stopped Lennon Arthur that last fight. But I think Bivol knew that Lyndon Arthur wasn't gonna he wasn't gonna go down without a fight. That guy would have died in the ring that last fight. That's why that fight and Parker and Wilder fight, those were the only two fights that went 12 rounds. They wanted Bivol to stop him, but nah, he wasn't trying to get stopped. That was a good fight for Bivol though. You think so? Man, if he could do that, wow. If he's able to do that, that would be crazy. Right now, that's the goal. I can see that happening. I see that happening, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell right now. I see that happening though. I see Benavidez getting them at 175. It's gonna be hard to do though later on this year. Volsey gonna be a hard fight too. We're gonna see how Benavidez do against him, but I feel like Benavidez can get them both at 175. He's been working in the gym, man. So he's gonna be ready to go. That's gonna be a good fight in June with him. So now, yeah, he really is. He really is. The way he's moving, going up in weight. See, these other guys, they'll wait for Canelo. He's not waiting. He's not waiting for Canelo. And that's what a lot of fighters need to do. They need to make their own way, get out of the division, move up. Don't stay at 168, 175, whatever weight class it is. Yeah, Benavidez is definitely a monster. I wonder, so him and Bivol and Beterbiev, they're gonna fight the same month in June. So who will Benavidez fight? The loser or the winner? You think they'll let him fight the winner or the loser? I don't know. I think earlier on, like when he was younger, they was testing him, but he's been fighting guys at a high level for so long. I don't know. Right now, I just don't know. I think with a Bivol fight, he's at such a high level right now. I don't know if he's been tested yet though. Yeah. Whoa. What? I didn't know that. His manager is Eddie Reynoso? Wow. Oh, GX, you crazy, man. That's his manager, man. Wow. This man said, I ain't got no Benavidez deal. I haven't seen it. He said he hasn't seen any Benavidez deal. That guy's funny. Hey, yeah, you know all the news I've been reporting been coming from Eddie Reynoso. Not the whole time I've been on YouTube, just the last 2 weeks. That guy's crazy. That's surprising. I didn't expect that. Well, you know who I got that from, GX? You know who I got that information from? You know who my source is? Yeah, I didn't even pay attention to that though. I probably seen it, but I probably didn't even think about it, man. Especially now that the fight's been announced. Eddie Reynoso plays so many games. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They offered this dude almost $100 million. Now I know Tank Davis ain't finna pass up no $100 million. Any boxer. Canelo makes too much money right now, man. If he can pass up 100 million, $60 million plus pay-per-view sales, it's gonna equal $100 million. He's doing too much right now. Has too much control, too much power. I don't know if he's selling. I don't know if he's selling enough to be doing this. I feel like we can get some combination of boxers together that can sell more than what Canelo is selling. If you put the right card together, because the numbers aren't really like a million, not like how they used to be. Because as we can see now, most of the guys he's fighting, they're inactive or retired. He's not fighting anybody in their prime. Most of these guys he's fighting they're on the way out. These are old guys. Guys 40 years old, 45. As far as in boxer years, they're not like how they used to be as far as 45, 50. Guys 45, 50 like George Foreman, those guys can fight forever, but not these days. Yeah, that's absurd, man. $100 million, turning it down. Nobody's ever turned down $100 million. Not for a 30-minute fight. For 30 minutes of work, $100 million, and he wants that same kind of money from Saudi Arabia. Hey, GX, I told y'all that Saudi Arabia thing was real though. Canelo going to Saudi Arabia. He's been over there already. I don't know if you was in here earlier when I said this, but you remember when Canelo was in Saudi Arabia against that in that Joshua Ruiz fight? Joshua Ruiz too. Canelo was in the crowd during that fight, visiting over there in Saudi Arabia. He already got Saudi Arabia plans put together. He got Eddie Hearn laying out a foundation. He might be a main event or something later on this year. Nah, not without Benavidez, he won't do a million pay-per-views ever again. His name is too much associated with Benavidez now. He'll never do a million pay-per-views. That's a lot of pay-per-views when you think about it. They don't sell those many anymore. I think the Triple G3, I don't know. I think it did 500K. I'm not sure. I see one sign it said 750K. Then another one said 300. So I wasn't sure. It wasn't a lot of people talking about that fight after it was over with, though. Yeah, he'll never do that again, ever again. A million pay-per-views. Ever. That's a lot, especially in this era. He can do it if he has Benavidez. If he was fighting Benavidez in May, he'll sell a million. Guaranteed. But he's gonna let that hype go by. That's why a lot of these guys, they don't know it. They let the hype go by with certain fights. And they never get it back. They lose out on money like that. Next year, people not gonna really be interested in seeing Benavidez fight Canelo. I can guarantee that. They won't even be asking about it. Joshua might find himself in a situation like that next week. They might say, "Hey, man, we don't want to see you fight Fury after a loss." Canelo, he can't afford another loss. That's one thing. He putting too much pressure on himself. After that Bivol fight, he can't lose another fight. If he does, they're gonna try to put pressure on him as far as not being a main attraction. He gonna have a lot of fans, and this is still boxing. Anybody can lose, but he putting too much pressure on himself as far as this fight. Now a lot of people saying, "Oh, you think you can't win?" and all this other stuff. He should have been put the fight together though. Yeah, it's too much of a big deal now. And what makes it worse is he holds on to the belts. I'm gonna hold on to the belts. Then you announce. You know what's crazy, GX? The only thing Canelo announced was that he's gonna stay at 168 and defend his belts. He didn't announce he was gonna fight anybody. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna stay at 168. I'm gonna defend my belts. I'm like, okay, he gonna fight Benavidez then. That's why I don't like talking about rankings and mandatories and stuff like that. Unless we using them for educational purposes, but as far as like being serious about it, as far as making a fight based off of that, that's not gonna happen. That's definitely not gonna happen. A lot of people think that Canelo, he got mandatories and stuff like that. No, they just start saying this Canelo can do whatever he wants stuff recently. They don't like when we point out the facts. As soon as I said something about Triple G, now everybody coming out acting like I'm just saying some crazy stuff about Triple G. I didn't say anything. I just said that he hasn't done much without Canelo. As soon as I say that, they come out and say Triple G can do whatever he wants. The man hasn't fought in 2 or 3 years, but for some reason they come out and say he can do whatever he wants. I mean, we don't expect him to be in the ring after that Canelo fight. It was a payday, obviously. That's what I'm saying. Like, when people don't realize this, I didn't want to see the Triple G and Canelo fights. But if you look back and look at those fights now, that's not something we actually like had to have. That wasn't like a must-have in boxing because just look, we want the Benavidez fight. That's not a fight like Benavidez versus Canelo isn't the same as Triple G and Canelo, as people can see now, but back then it's kind of hard to explain because Triple G was kind of getting over on Canelo. Canelo was still a smaller guy than what Triple G was. But you know, Triple G was using Canelo's name. Man, Triple G used Canelo's name so much, Canelo don't even know how much he got used. If you think Ryan Garcia hey GX, Ryan Garcia, he ain't getting pimped by tanking Devin Haney like Canelo got pimped by Triple G. Triple G made so much money off Canelo's name. He didn't have to sell not one pay-per-view. No, I don't want to see him get beat up. GX, I don't think we want to see him get beat up. You know why I say that? Because we don't really brag about the Bivol thing. Like when he was getting beat up on the ropes by Bivol, I didn't really want to see him get beat up. It was more of a thing like bro, just know your limitations. Like, why are you even in this position? Like seeing him on the ropes against Bivol, that was like, I thought I wanted to see him get beat up, but then I was like, nah, man, this ain't the move. Canelo gotta do better. Cause the crowd was not in. I don't know what the crowd was into that fight. It seemed like the crowd was just dead. Nobody was jumping around. That was one of the worst crowds I ever seen Canelo fight in front of, too. I will have to say that, but I don't think I want to see Canelo just get beat up. I think I want to see him just in a position I never seen him in before. Like even when Floyd was fighting the Maidana, you know what I'm saying? Like we just wanted to see something different. It looks better, you know what I'm saying? A lot of Canelo fights starting to look the same. That's why fans are like, are you gonna have an action-packed fight, or is it gonna be the same kind of fights you've been having the last couple of years? Because now the same kind of stuff that Canelo's doing as far as fights, we can get that from Munguia. Munguia doing the same thing Canelo doing. We don't gotta watch just Canelo. He fighting John Ryder too. Oh yeah, fans are done right now. The fans is done right now. They definitely calling the shots right now. They calling the shots right now. They want to see a lot of guys lose right now. A lot of people want to see Anthony Joshua lose right now. They want to see Tyson Fury lose. It's a lot of guys they want to see lose right now. Yeah, that Caleb Plant fight was good. That Caleb Plant fight was real good. That Caleb Plant fight was good. Canelo confusing me though. Didn't he just say PBC? He just said PBC was the best. He just said PBC does the best fights. And Caleb Plant fight was on PBC. What is he doing? Yeah, that Caleb Plant fight was on PBC. And that was a good fight. Everybody liked that fight. Now he's saying they don't put on good fights. Man, I don't believe this guy. I don't believe him. Everybody liked that Caleb Plant fight. The build up. You remember when they did the videos of when he had when Canelo slapped Caleb Plant? Yeah, they had a lot of nice build up for that fight. That was a very good fight. Now Canelo saying he can't find an entertaining fight on PBC. I don't believe him, man. I'm gonna be real with y'all. This don't have nothing to do with me liking PBC or the Zone. I pay for the Zone, but I probably might watch more PBC. But I paid for the Zone when it first came out. But at the same time, nah, this ain't it, man. Caleb Plant probably the most entertaining fight that Canelo's had the last couple of years. I have to agree with Shrek on that one. That's the best fight he's had so far, Caleb Plant. And now he's telling me he can't find a fight. I don't know, man. I feel like they try to force Benavidez on him. For me, honestly, I think he got the Crawford and Benavidez deal. Because when Crawford said something about him possibly getting the Canelo fight, that's when Canelo started to kind of change his options around and kind of leak news out. But now I'm hearing different things from Eddie Hearn. That's not making sense as far as David Benavidez. But David Benavidez said today he's not. All right, big dog. Appreciate that, GX, man. Shout out to GX, man. Thanks for the support, man. Good luck to your daughter on her recitals, man, and everything you've been doing. It's Father of the Year right here, man. Father's Day coming up, so y'all gotta give a shout out to GX, man. He definitely putting in work right now. Shout out to GX for real one. I'm gonna see you tomorrow or something like that. I'm gonna be on here tomorrow, whenever I can catch you. I know you're gonna be busy tomorrow. Get some sleep, man. Thanks for hanging in there with me, GX. Yeah, Canelo versus Jacob. Yeah, that was good. Hey, who you think was better? Do you think Triple G versus Jacob was better, or Canelo versus Jacobs? That's a hard question for me. I wanted to see Canelo versus Jacobs more, but sometimes I end up watching Triple G versus Jacobs more. Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, bro. Anytime, bro. Thanks for the support, bro. You already know what time it is. Yeah, Triple G. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, me too. I like Triple G more in that fight. That's the kind of Triple G I wanted against Canelo though, but I didn't really get that. I got that kind of Triple G against Derevyanchenko and Jacobs, but I didn't really get to see that Derevyanchenko. I mean, that Triple G against Canelo. People said they seen it in the first two fights, but I don't know. It wasn't really the same as far as the first fight. Yeah, first fight more of a challenge, but later on, Jacobs was way more hard on Triple G in that fight. But with Canelo, I don't know. Canelo was kind of lax. He wasn't really aggressive in that fight. That's one of the fights that Canelo had recently where he wasn't aggressive. If you really look back at it, Canelo was kind of cautious in that fight. That's probably the only fight I seen in Canelo recently where I was like, why is he acting like he's gonna get knocked out or something? But Jacobs got a lot of power though. I guess because Canelo thought he was like Kirkland. He said Kirkland had the most power he felt, so he probably thought Jacobs had power like James Kirkland. Yeah, I need to watch that Triple G Derevyanchenko fight over though. I want to see that. Triple G could have gave us some better matchups too, man. If y'all go back and look at the opponents, Triple G could have gave us about 2 or 3 good fights. Mixed it up. I would have liked to see Triple G against the Charlos. An older Charlo, a big Charlo, somebody like that. I know when he got older, he didn't want to have those type of fights though. Going crazy. Hey, That was the whole highlight of the fight, man. And that's the best part of some of these fights, man. These dudes trainers. Hey, that's the best part of the fight. I seen somebody get slapped the other day in the fight. I forgot who it was. Oh man, I wish I would have remembered who it was. I think it was on the zone undercard or something like that. I forgot who the guy was. He was getting slapped though. He said Kirkland trainer was abusive. Oh, straight and funny, man. He gonna make me look that up now. That's funny. That is too funny. Man, these trainers be hey, it's some abusive trainers out here for real. A lot of these trainers be too nice though. You know that though. A lot of these guys be like, man, just go out there. Especially with I thought Tio dad would be like a lot more meaner in the corner. I be waiting on that. Once he gets mean in the corner, we'll see a different edge out of Teofimo. He said Kirkland trainer. That was funny. I forgot about that. Yeah, that was super aggressive. Yeah, it's real funny, man. And Wolf was going in, boy. Oh yeah, he's hilarious. Andrew Garcia is hilarious. Yeah, he's a funny father trainer. He like John Fury. That is true. He's funny. He's like John Fury. That is true. If they lose, man, oh man. But you know, Angel Garcia, he'll say a lot more after a loss. If Danny loses something, he'll say something. But after that Ngannou fight with John Fury scene with Tyson Fury get knocked down, he didn't really say much. But when he gets angry though, yeah, he's definitely like John Fury. It's funny. I ain't gonna lie, I miss seeing Angel Garcia though, man. Angel Garcia is a funny dude. That's what made me like start watching interviews when they used to have Angel Garcia doing interviews. Yeah, he was a funny guy. That's why a lot of these guys on YouTube be asking these trainers and all this other guys questions. People like Angel Garcia been hyping up fights and stuff like that for years. Yeah, he definitely Bill Haney be acting like that sometimes. He be hyping the fight up too. Angel Garcia was different though. I'm ready to see John Fury. Man, I wish I would have had that Tyson Fury fight. Seeing what John Fury's gonna do to kind of promote that Usyk fight. Like he did that Ngannou fight. Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? And I think he got another fight coming up. Don't he got another fight coming up? I can't believe he got dropped by one of them, man. I think he stayed out there too long trying to fight. He should have just stopped after the first fight. I would have just stopped. think he had another fight he said he had coming out. Oh, Jake Paul said that Tommy Fury turned down a rematch. Jake Paul for the clout chaser. Jake Paul said that Tommy Fury turned down the deal. Oh, Jake Paul said he want to rematch him. Hey, you think he can beat Jake Paul? Jake Paul said he want to have a rematch with him. You think he can beat Jake Paul? I don't know. Tommy Fury looked bad in the last fight, man. I knew it was gonna be bad, but what I what I heard, people said it was horrible. Yeah, that's crazy. Jake Paul say he try to get a rematch with Tommy Fury, man. That's crazy. I would actually watch it though. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that's what boxing at right now, man. It's not really high expectations right now as far as a fight. We just want to see a fight at this point. They got 3 fights coming on tomorrow. One of them gonna be boxing. The other one gonna be 2 of them gonna be boxing. The other one gonna be bare knuckle. Can't clinch at all, man. The worst. Man. The worst clinching I ever seen. That's the worst clinching I ever seen. Boxing his whole entire life. I've seen Fury clinch like that though. He's pretty bad at it, but he's a heavier guy. He's pretty strong for his size, you know. But Tommy, he's a shorter guy though. He's not like a 6'8" guy who's trying to clinch a smaller guy. He looks bad when he does that. He looks like a real boxer up until the point where he starts to clinch. It's like, what is this guy doing? Look like a straight amateur. He better get that payday from Jake Paul before he go back to professional. I would do that if I was him. Because, you know, everybody going to try to make a name off of him when he goes back. Even though he only has 10 fights, you know. He don't have really a good resume. He fought some guys, some no names. Jake Paul might be the biggest name on the resume. Toughest too. Man, Tommy Fury has a guy on his resume with 100 losses. Bro, this man has 100 losses. I can't believe Tommy Fury fought this guy. Is this real? Bro, y'all never believe this. Hey, this man Tommy Fury fought got 100 losses on his record. 100. I'm just gonna put that right there so y'all can see it. I don't know if you can click on it or not, but this man got 100 losses, man. 100 losses. That is insane. This dude is 100 He got 10 wins, 113 losses. How is he alive? Who has he fought 113 times? This can't be a real resume. This dude has 2 pages worth of fights on here. This he's been fighting since 2003. Dang. He's been fighting since 2003. That's a long time. Wow. Yeah, Jake Paul got a dude on here with 100 losses on his record. I mean, not Jake Paul, but Tommy Fury. He better stay fighting these YouTubers, man. Yeah, man. Did you see that? I was impressed because the first time I seen him, I seen the guy box. He didn't look that good. I think the first time he boxed was against Jake Paul. But when he boxed against Tommy Fury, he did an excellent job. I'm like, Tommy Fury is supposed to be the guy who can take away the jab. Crazy. And he was letting the guy be aggressive. The guy was actually punching well. He was throwing some nice hooks too. See, Tommy Fury, he fight those guys about 2 or 3 times. He might lose. He should definitely stay away from bare knuckle boxing and stuff like that. He trying to be on that YouTube boxing and he gonna take a loss. They said he trying to fight Jake Paul in a rematch. That's hilarious. See, we know more about Jake Paul fights than Canelo fight. That's crazy. We don't know anything about Canelo resume. or his upcoming fight schedule. But we know Jake Paul might fight Tommy Fury. That's crazy. You can't hate on that though. You're making the moves. He putting these fight together too. I might watch that fight too with Tommy Fury. The fact that you brought that up, I ain't really watch all of it. I seen like the beginning and the end. I didn't catch the middle rounds that much. Yeah, that was a good plan. I saw that. That was a good plan. He actually stuck to the plan too. That's the crazy part. Cause we know he can't box that well. He stuck to the plan though. And Tommy Fury was not trying to go back and forth with him because he was like, he got a lot of power. Cause that dude definitely was throwing the right hand. Yeah, Tommy looked bad in that fight. I think that's why Jake Paul trying to get that rematch. Because the last dude, he looked better than Jake Paul did in his fight, right? So Jake Paul now he trying to get a rematch as far as with Tommy. He don't want the other guy to outdo him. That's exactly what's going on. I can't believe he let Tommy outbox him. and then turn around and let this guy go out there and just let his hands go on Tommy. That's all you gotta do on Tommy, just let your hands go. I might watch that bare knuckle boxing tomorrow though. I watched it with Austin Trout, man. I like they have boxers on there now. A lot of those boxers, man, they can. Those guys can't really fight, but bare knuckle with boxers. It's not the same with MMA fighters. Yeah, his cardio crazy. For a guy who's not a boxer, that's insane. You notice that too? For a guy who's not a boxer, that's crazy. And then we got professional boxers like Tyson Fury not being able to get in shape. And you got YouTubers that can go 6 rounds without getting tired. That's what's crazy. People saying, oh, the Tyson Fury stuff is not a big deal. Man, you got a YouTuber going 6 rounds with Tommy Fury without getting tired. Like the sport has come all the way down that low now. And he was destroying him with the cardio. That's all Jake Paul had to do was get in shape and run around the ring and let his hands go. Yeah, he was definitely in shape for that fight. He was moving around the whole time. He was dodging a lot of punches too. A lot of it was defense, but the other parts, he was just trying to stay moving the whole time. Everybody didn't like the fight though. I guess they were looking for a knockout punch or something like that. I feel like he did a good job in the fight though. But Jake Paul need to go ahead and get that rematch though. Because the last guy looked like he did a better job. I'ma just be honest. That's why everybody don't care about the fight tomorrow, like as much as they usually do. Cause the last guy, he looked better than what Jake Paul did. So it's like, they ain't gonna focus on that fight tomorrow. They'll rather watch bare knuckle boxing or something like that. Yeah, it's getting kind of crazy on with boxing right now though. A lot of these guys, they trying to find out what the big fight is, and they missing out on the fights that can happen right now. But I think next week everything gonna start to change. I think the Ngannou Joshua fight, no matter what happened with the Joshua and Ngannou fight, it's gonna scare a lot of people into making some big fights. People gonna realize this boxing thing kind of getting out of hand, and people gonna start losing. It's gonna be a huge upset next week. I don't know who it's gonna be. I know a lot of people right now saying that Joseph Parker might lose. So if you guys want to, I don't know, make a little bet, one of those guys gonna lose next week. It's gonna be Parker or somebody. That card is loaded too. If y'all want to bet on some fights, that card that comes on with Anthony Joshua and everybody on that card, it's gonna be a lot of fights on that card. Make a decision now because Next week it might be something different. Might be able to come up on something that's interesting, because they put a lot of matchups together quick. It's gonna be a lot of big matchups in the next couple of weeks, especially in March. This month right here, it's a lot of fights coming on this month that people don't realize. They're gonna end it with the Tim Tszyu and that fight, but PBC was technically trying to pair. They was trying to pair Jaron Ennis and Tim Tszyu together. Not as far as on the in the same fight, but on the same card. I feel like PBC is trying to market themselves as far as like with Tim Tszyu and Jaron Ennis being the future, and possibly a fight that could happen in 2 or 3 years, possibly. It could be soon. I don't know. I don't know what kind of plans they having. They could possibly do something next year, but I know they try to put those two on the card. And usually when they do stuff like that, that's kind of an indicator that they're trying to do a fight in the future. Just like when yeah, he was barely throwing his right hand. You saw that? I can't believe you said that. I think I watched the fight recently, like last night or something. You know what I noticed about his right hand too? I noticed that his right hand is probably stronger than his left hand is. Like just overall, as far as being able to just use it immediately, like with a fast reaction time, a lot of power. I feel like his right hand is a better punch. He missed Tyson Fury with that right hand like 3 times. If he would have landed on Tyson Fury, he would have knocked him out. That's why I'm kind of thinking with the Anthony Joshua situation. I'm like, oh yeah, bro. I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow, bro. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to Shrek, man. It's my dog. Shout out hanging out with me, Shrek. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in that Joshua and Ngannou fight next week. It's gonna be something huge that's going on in boxing right now. A lot of people don't know it, but the pieces starting to come together right now. Whether it's any fighter right now, Canelo, Joshua, any of your favorites right now, they got to prove themselves this year. If they don't, it's going to be a lot of people that's not going to be the same after next year. It's really not. We see last year a lot of guys who we thought that was probably pound for pound or almost there. A lot of those guys not around no more. Look at Fury. He had one fight with Ngannou. Now we got to have 2 fights with Usyk, a possible rematch with Ngannou. Then you got to have other fights. So Fury has like 2 or 3 fights he already has signed. Canelo, he has a plan with 3 fights he's trying to do this year. Saudi Arabia. He's already been to Saudi Arabia. Most of these guys trying to go to Saudi Arabia right now. And then another thing I'm noticing is a lot of people trying to get themselves around Eddie Hearn now. 2 years ago, they said Eddie Hearn was a bad guy. He don't know business. Now you have guys like Canelo kind of brushing shoulders with him. You got Tank kind of pulling up on him, calling him, texting him. I'm like, man, because Eddie Hearn's the guy right now as far as with Saudi Arabia, and he's the one who's doing business with American fighters right now. So a lot of people trying to prepare for that Saudi Arabia money. And that's why Oscar De La Hoya is talking to Eddie Hearn. I told people that a couple of weeks ago, but I don't think they believe what I was saying. But Eddie Hearn and Oscar De La Hoya had a face-off. I think it was on the Zone Network. I think their YouTube channel or something. I can't remember. I haven't watched it yet, but yeah, they're doing business right now. Not just like with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, but with any fight you can think of. Canelo, Munguia. So Oscar and Eddie Hearn got some big fights going on to where Eddie Hearn's basically saying that he can involve Oscar without trying to involve other companies like PBC. Obviously, they're not going to come to Saudi Arabia. Eddie Hearn said that already, so that's basically what he's more focused on. He said, "Yeah, PBC is not trying to come to Saudi Arabia right now." And and a couple of months ago, Oscar De La Hoya said he didn't want to come to Saudi Arabia because he didn't want. He knows every fighter is not going to be able to be on the fight card that he has, so everybody can't get a big paycheck. Maybe Ryan Garcia can or Munguia can, probably, but these other guys they probably can't. So someone like Arnold Barbosa probably won't right now as far as the big check. But now he's kind of leaning towards that way. I don't know if he's got some kind of news or Eddie Hearn probably told him a price tag as far as what's going on over there, but it's on video of those guys meeting up together. I think it was a day or two after Devin Haney fought Regis Prograis. While Eddie Hearn was in California, he went to it's either California or Las Vegas, wherever Golden Boy's offices are. Eddie Hearn went over there for a couple of hours and kind of talking to Oscar about the stuff that's going on right now. So we got to be kind of aware of a lot of stuff that's going on in boxing. A lot of these guys, they already know the plan. That's why you got Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia jumping in the ring right now. It's a plan behind that. Like, this isn't something that they're just trying to put together and get a payday. They know what's going on. But I feel like with the buildup that's going on now, the next year or two, I probably say the next couple of months, they're going to have to make a lot of moves because a lot of fighters are going to want to go to Saudi Arabia, especially when they see a guy like Canelo kind of going over there headlining. When he gets over there, a lot of these younger guys are going to try to want to make a move and move away from Las Vegas. A lot of people not interested in Vegas like it was 2 years ago. I don't think people starting to realize that either. A lot of people not respecting Las Vegas like that. It's just honestly. They're not even having big fights out there like outside of Canelo fighting in May. They don't really have anybody fighting there. Devin Haney's going to fight in New York, so the days of fighting in Vegas for a big payday or paycheck, it's not really relevant like it was 10 years ago with Mayweather and things like that. Now promoters are more focused on Saudi Arabia than they are Las Vegas, which I'm not mad at, That's a new thing that's going on, but it's not really going to give us the big fights we want right now because it's only certain promoters that's actually doing it. If you look right now at the fights that's happened as far as Saudi Arabia, we've had big names, but as far as guys that's big names fighting each other, I mean, what big names would y'all consider? What, Fury and Ngannou? Those two different sports. As far as in the boxing world, Deontay Wilder and Parker, that's a big matchup, but people didn't really like that fight. And then you had not Job Patel, but Dimitri Bivol and Lyndon Arthur. So Saudi Arabia hasn't had really big fights like that yet. Like, we got to be honest about a lot of things. So I know a lot of money getting put out, but if these guys like Tank and all these other guys, they kind of hold out a lot longer, they'll be able to get an opportunity in Saudi Arabia. But that's what's going on, though. A lot of guys are waiting for that. Canelo's kind of moving on and trying to go towards that money right now. And now you have Tank and Devin kind of calling Saudi Arabia. It's going to be different next year. That's why they kind of trying to put guys in position to make a fight happen right now. If they don't, it's gonna be a long time before we can kind of get boxing back in America, because we having big fights over here, but not really. Last year, what Devin Haney, not Devin Haney, but Tank versus Ryan Garcia. Then this year we're gonna have what? Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia. Canelo, not really a big fight. It's just gonna be a B class fighter. So I don't know. Boxing moving in different directions right now. That's why, really, right now the younger guys are kind of carrying boxing, because they're the only ones who actually have a plan of who they're gonna fight, or everyone else is kind of just going with the flow, putting out random news and not really putting out for sure fights. They have 3 fight deals, but we don't know who they're fighting. Then they fight a guy on the fight deal we don't want to see. I feel like on pay-per-view, we shouldn't be watching guys we don't really want to see unless he can sell a pay-per-view on his own, to be honest. Like, even right now, Charlo's a big fighter, but he's not going to sell a pay-per-view on his own, so we should be trying to look for bigger fights as far as with guys like Canelo and Tank Davis. Because if not, it's going to be kind of like how it is tomorrow with Jake Paul and bare knuckle boxing, and then we got ESPN top rank card on with a guy who's a first-time headliner, which is crazy. But that's where we at right now. First-time headliners in boxing, headliner top rank card, bare knuckle boxing, and we got Jake Paul tomorrow. Then we got Ngannou possibly stopping Joshua next week. So it's gonna be a lot of, man. It's gonna be a lot of risk being taken like recently. Like, people think that Canelo gonna carry boxing on his shoulders. That's only one fight. We need 100 more fights after that, and he needs opponents too. It's not really a lot of opponents that he can choose from as far as in his age group. Now he has to go to like younger guys, because the older guys, they're not really as active as much. And that's a problem, but it goes on a lot like that now. I know people was interested in the Tank Davis sparring match today, though. I mean, like I said about that last night, he's a guy, he's gonna be always involved in sparring matches. He spars everybody. When videos come out like that, as far as him and Devin Haney, it's always gonna be talk as far as around him and Devin Haney, because they sparred everybody. Shakur Stevenson. They have videos of him and Shakur Stevenson sparring. Devin Haney and Shakur. I don't think I've seen Shakur and Tank Davis before. But a lot of these sparring sessions, they're good and everything, but I know Ryan Garcia put the sparring session out, so it's not like Tank put it out or anything like that. I don't think Tank don't really play around with sparring like that. But it's kind of crazy though, because the sparring matches are actually kind of better than the fights that's going on right now. Like, even though we got fights lined up with Tank Davis and other guys, sparring matches are more interesting right now. Just to be honest. I mean, and that's kind of crazy. I had to think about that today. Like, Tank he just announced his fight for June 15th for Frank Martin. And we're talking about the sparring match. The only thing I could think of today was, will his fight in June be bigger than what the sparring match is? Like, will we still have more hype behind the sparring match after the Frank Martin fight, or will we still be talking about the sparring match? Because if we're still talking about the sparring match probably in 2 weeks, as far as fans still interested in seeing what Devin Haney can do against Tank Davis, that mean they still want to see the fight. And that mean they learned nothing from the sparring match. Just from what I'm seeing. Because if I was to think that Tank Davis won that sparring match and he destroyed Devin Haney, I wouldn't want to see that that fight in the ring. Not if he's already got destroyed. So if fans still think Devin Haney still can get in the ring with Tank, or they still want to see it, that means they didn't think the sparring match was that bad. Because I can't get a read on, honestly, what people think about it. Because I seen the fight before, obviously. It's an old fight, but I would like to know what they think as far as a future fight with Devin Haney. Is it actually valuable with Tank Davis? I think to me, it looks like they value what Devin brings to the table as far as against Tank. Because I try to find other fights for Tank. Like, I like to see Tank fight Andy Cruz. I said Frank Martin. A couple of other guys. But it usually comes back to even Shakur Stevenson. But it usually comes back to Devin Haney, man. It's a big fight that people want to see. It's a huge fight. And like I said about the sparring match with Devin Haney, if you look at it, and when he's getting punched and things like that, he's moving around the same way he was moving in Lomachenko fight. When he was tired, he was taking a round off and he was exhausted late. I think it was like the 11th, 10th, 11th, 12th round. He was moving around in the Lomachenko fight the same way. He kind of moves around kind of weird when he's getting punched and he's tired and stuff like that, but he wasn't getting rocked though. As far as like his head flying back and his eyes rolling back, it wasn't anything like that. It was more body punches too. I didn't see his head flying back. I wish they would have put that in the highlights, like his head flying back. I would have said then, okay, yeah. But it wasn't any kind of damage like that, which is something I was looking for, you know. I'm trying to see if he was getting rocked the buzz, but he was just taking some hard punches. In my eyes. I feel like it'll be a good fight though. If you can actually, as far as in the ring, and if you look at the surrounding just excitement of the whole fight and inside the ring and on the footage and on Twitter right now, it's a lot of excitement around that fight. It's gonna be a huge buzz no matter what. It just naturally it's gonna be a huge buzz. I feel like Tank already know that. He usually mentions Devin a lot, so he knows Devin Haney a good fighter. I don't think it's no ill will or nothing like that. Sometimes people take it more serious than what it is, but I feel like it's gonna be a good matchup as far as in a couple of years or whenever it happens. I know it wasn't gonna happen like soon right now, but the only way it can happen is if other guys kind of make Tank look vulnerable. If Frank Martin can go in there and make Tank look normal, make him look worse than what other guys did, then we could probably see Tank kind of prove himself against other people like Devin Haney and stuff like that. But at this time right now, I don't see nobody in a rush to actually make anything happen. But like I said before, though, these guys fought before already. We can't really complain about guys who fought before already. Like, I know fans probably haven't seen Devin Haney or Tank fight, but they're not scared to fight. They fought each other before for free. They didn't get any money for well, somebody else won money, but they didn't win any money for fighting. So that's definitely a fight that can happen, but we got to find out who's stopping the fights. I'm starting to get an idea, you know. A lot of people say Floyd stopped the fights, and I don't, to be honest with you, it's a lot more people than just him because from this Canelo situation, they're not controlling no belts or mandatories, and people not doing mandatories and stuff like that no more. So that's the kind of thing that's getting away from everything that's going on. But one thing I hope that don't happen behind this Tank sparring situation is I hope because Tank didn't put out the footage, but I hope the footage don't become bigger than his next fight. Cause stuff like that actually happens. We've been talking about that footage for a while now. And we could probably still be talking about sparring footage later on this year after a Frank Martin fight. And that's kind of one of my talking points I was saying this week, but people kind of didn't realize what I was saying. But I just feel like if a Frank Martin fight has been announced against Tank Davis, and all we have to do is put a 1 minute, 2 minute clip out of Devin Haney sparring Tank to take the attention away, it's not really a big fight like I was saying. As far as on paper, it's not. But overall, like on TV, yeah, it's gonna be action packed. But as far as like right now, it's gonna be hard to kind of build up something like that where you can just take the attention away that quick with a sparring clip. And I don't even know if Ryan even noticed that, like when he put the clip out, like kind of took attention away from what, even though I know you building up your fight, kind of took the attention away from what Tank kind of just announced his fight a little bit. Because people not really talking about it now. So I hope after all this he can actually put on a good performance and show people in the boxing world that he has guys on his resume that's bigger than a sparring match. Because right now, he he might have 1 million pay-per-views or something like that, but that sparring match, bro, that's the most famous thing he got attached to him right now. And that's saying a lot for a guy like that. Even Devin Haney too. Well, I ain't gonna say Devin Haney too because every time I hear Devin Haney name now, it's about the Lomachenko fight. It might be about the sparring match now, but it was the Lomachenko thing that people really been kind of harping on the last couple of weeks. Especially recently. Like this year, they've been really on it lately. I think it's because Devin Haney has more fights lined up and different stuff, but the sparring match don't really show you much though. It's not really something different. Like I've seen Rolly look bad against certain guys. I've seen Teofimo look bad against Tank. It just all depends. Just different styles, really. But Haney always looks like that when he's getting hit, though. That's what kind of threw me off about this whole thing behind the sparring match. And I'm gonna say another thing too. I said this earlier. Maybe it's just an American thing, and I'm not gonna lie, this kind of make us look weak a little bit. But we're the only country right now that I know that actually brags about sparring matches and stuff like that. Like we got to cut it out. I know it's cool to be different and everything, but I don't know if bragging about sparring matches is really what boxing supposed to be about. And I'm not trying to sound like an old school dude. I'm just saying, like, bro, we the only country doing this. Like, yeah, man, I sparred you. Like, fight him in the ring, bro, for millions of dollars. Like, not for free, but that's the thing that's kind of tripping me out about the whole boxing world right now. And obviously these young guys doing it, but at the same time, it's like you got Floyd behind us too. He got footage and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, nah, man, don't involve these guys in those sparring battles and back and forths. And it's becoming headline news now. It's crazy. Never did I think some of these guys announce a fight. Then all you had to do is put a sparring video out, and it just stops everything. But it just shows, man, how guys, hey, you only as important as your last fight. And right now, people thinking like, well, we didn't really like the Ryan Garcia versus Tank fight, but we're gonna see what's going on with Frank Martin and Tank. But we really want to see Devin Haney versus Tank. That's the fight people really want to see at this point right now. I mean, the sparring match is only gonna help it build it up more. I don't think nothing negative came out of it. To be honest, it already happened. It's not like it's happening again, and it's just a replay. But I will say this though, Tank know how good certain guys are. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna just put sparring. He didn't put sparring footage out, but I'm just saying he's not gonna just act like the guys he got in the ring with a sparred and just not that good. But most of these guys fought each other already. You gotta give them credit for that. Like this ain't. I know a lot of people say these guys are ducking and stuff. Can't really duck a guy you already fought for free. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just not happening. But I do think they know who's the best out of those 3 or 4 guys better than we do. So usually I try to find out who they talk about the most and who they don't talk about the most. Sometimes not mentioning Shakur is a strategy probably. Even though he had a boring fight and things like that, sometimes not mentioning his name is a good strategy. You know, fans don't really mention his name with a lot of guys, so they can't really look bad against him if they don't get in the ring with him. So that'll work. They do that a lot, and they do that with guys like Tank too. Some people, it depends. You know what I'm saying? It's not like everybody's trying to fight Tank. They do that with some people. But I feel like those 3 guys, right, they'll fight each other. They already fought each other though. It's just that the sparring, man, it can't be your best fight though. Like we don't never have these kind of talks with guys like Mayweather and Crawford, and they don't really spar guys to try to make a point. You know what I'm saying? If they try to make a point as far as with guys and sparring, I know Crawford, he could probably end careers in sparring. So I know he's not trying to make a point as far as seeing who's the best, and it's usually trying to get better, you know what I'm saying? But the doghouse thing Mayweather's talking about, or the fights they had down there, they couldn't have a guy like Terrence Crawford in there. Could y'all imagine if they would have had Terrence Crawford sparring in there with a guy like Tank? It wouldn't have been the same because that's the same kind of environment Earl Spence was in with Mayweather. And they said Earl Spence did good with Mayweather. And I knew when they said that, I said, yep, they're going to use this to kind of push this fight, which they did. You know, most of the time when people brought up Earl Spence, they'll say, yeah, he was the guy who sparred Mayweather. So this is where a lot of that sparring stuff come from. I know I'm sound like I'm just rambling, but I'm not really. That's where that sparring stuff come from though. Like they've been using the sparring kind of headline as something to promote, and that's made boxers millions of dollars. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but Earl Spence talking about Mayweather sparring, that made him millions of dollars, a whole career off of that. I seen it with my own eyes. I seen people. I was watching Earl Spence before a lot of people were. Then when I heard people coming around, they'll say, "Oh yeah, that's Earl Spence, the guy who sparred Mayweather." And I said, "Oh well, that's how they know Earl Spence then." Okay. So a lot of these guys, they use sparring to get famous. Not saying Tank does. I'm just saying as far as that's a tactic that comes out of that gym. The sparring, and because sparring's never been a thing, man. Canelo spars a lot of guys. Triple G, Benavidez, a lot of these guys, Crawford. I know, like I'm saying, all these guys, Tyson Fury, they don't never record these guys when they spar. They don't never record each other. It's only happened in certain situations. When Clarissa Shields got knocked out, But in certain situations, they don't record sparring. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm trying to be like real nice about the situation, but if this was like a code as far as with sports and stuff like that, a lot of times you can't really let sparring get out. Like when like last year when Rolly Romero got knocked down in the ring and the guy jumped in the ring celebrating and jumping all over in front of Rolly while he was knocked down on the ground. Tank had said then that he didn't feel like he feel like they did Rolly wrong and he didn't deserve that. And so he's not a guy who's gonna approve somebody dropping some footage on sparring. He know what time it is. So he's definitely not someone who likes kicking somebody when they down, but he knows how the real fight went though. I'm just saying. Because I've seen the fight before. I'm gonna say this again while y'all in here. If you look at the Devin Haney Tank footage, the footage they put out there, it looks like the round where Lomachenko was beating up Devin Haney. That's all it was. If you look at how Devin Haney was looking in that Lomachenko fight, he was all over the place. Lomachenko was punching him. He was looking the same way in that Tank sparring match. But the actual fight is like 30 minutes long though. It's not a short fight, it's a long fight. I mean, it's a very, very long fight. If you see how many people that's in there, it took a lot of people. It took a lot of time for those people to roll up in there. It was a very, very good fight. Around that time, Tank, Shakur Stevenson. I think Tank had left Mayweather after that. I think Tank was training with Mayweather around that time. And I think after that was before Devin Haney went to Mexico. And I think Tank Davis left Mayweather Promotions and went back to Baltimore. This was like a while before Tank had got on the McGregor card. Because Tank wanted to get on one of those big fighting cards back then. And he was already active before Devin Haney was. So that's definitely something I remember. But yeah, Tank was Tank was a different monster then too. Like people don't realize Tank was proving himself around that time. You know, Tank was the guy that Floyd them used to put in the ring with different fighters like Shakur and Devin Haney and see how good everybody was. Yeah, Tank was definitely an animal when it came to certain stuff like that. He was not playing. But now you see now he's he's comfortable in his role. Now he listens to Floyd. They'll do the sparring, go through the process. It looks like he don't have any control and he just listen to whatever they say, but he learning to kind of listen to do certain things as far as be a good businessman and try to be the face of the business of boxing, I guess. But they know what they're doing as far as the sparring matches and stuff like that, though. That's how they promote fighters, man. They've been doing it for years. I'm telling you. I knew when they did it with the Earl Spence thing. I said, I'm not gonna really just hate on them. I'm just gonna let them promote himself. But that's the way you can do it these days if you're a boxer. A lot of guys did it to Tank. Get a sparring match. If you got a good sparring match with Tank, they're gonna put it out on the internet. So it's not nothing new. It's not nothing different. It's almost like when rappers beat somebody in a battle or something. And they just gotta run and show it off. So that's what it is. But that's still gonna be one of the biggest fights in boxing we gonna want to see. No matter if you put the footage out or not. It's only gonna make people want to see it more now. And now it's gonna put a microscope on people because I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna sound crazy, but now I'm gonna be looking like, is the next fight the Tank have? Is it gonna be more entertaining than the sparring match? Because that's a sparring match between a 16-year-old and a 20-year-old. That was like 10 years ago. So hopefully, the way I think, hopefully the sparring match that Tank and Haney got is better than what product they can put out today. And from what I'm hearing, people saying that Frank Martin versus Gervonta Davis will be more action packed than a lot of things, including that footage of that sparring he had with Haney. I don't know, man. It's gonna be it's gonna be hard to kind of tell. That's a lot of action. I mean, how much action we talk? Because that action we seen, that's a lot more action than what Tank did in the Eastside Cruz fight. Even though that fight was action packed, but that's a different level. That's what I'm saying. Have we seen Tank in the ring with a guy like Haney? Because if you see Tank in that sparring session, that's not like the same Tank we seen against Ryan Garcia or Rolly. Like that Tank was on fire. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what people got to realize. It was something going on in the ring to what a point where Tank was going for a knockout. And you know, usually Tank don't chase the guy down for a whole round trying to knock him out. So for him to kind of be in the ring, just seeing all red, trying to chase down Haney, that's letting it be known that was a competitive fight. That's letting it be known. A lot of people don't want to admit that. I don't know why. I mean, it's good for boxing. It was a good sparring match. I don't see why Tank would go around talking about sparring match that don't matter like it wasn't good. And he's not talking about it now, but I'm just saying, as far as other guys, because Ryan Garcia, he has sparring footage as well, right? So why would he put out certain footage about Tank and Devin Haney? I guess Ryan Garcia feels like the Tank versus Devin Haney sparring footage is a big deal. And that's a lot. That's saying a lot coming from a guy like Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia can go viral just by snapping his fingers. But for some reason, the guy who is Mr. Viral, he can get this footage and he knows this is bigger than everything he got on his page. Y'all see what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia knows who has the real value in boxing. He has the most followers and everything, but he still needs a sparring video between Devin Haney and Tank Davis. Imagine that. Now, imagine all the sparring footage that Ryan Garcia has out. Cause you know we got there's sparring footage of Ryan Garcia getting beat up by other guys. I think that was even Teofimo. I'm not sure, but for him to kind of pick that Devin Haney and Tank Davis sparring, that lets you know, man, these guys think it's a big fight. I seen guys. You know what's crazy? I'm not in the boxing game. I'm not a boxer. But I seen boxers who've been around Tank and Devin for years. I'm talking about young guys. Around the same age, older and everything. Pros, professionals, champions. And they're acting like the footage, like they never seen it before. That's what's crazy. Like a lot of these guys in the boxing industry, they haven't seen the fight either. They don't know what's going on. It was boxers last night that's best friends with Tank. They was like, whoa, like, and I'm sitting here like, so you haven't seen the fight either? Oh, okay. So you don't know what's going on. A lot of these guys don't know what's going on. Y'all think they got the inside scoop in boxing. A lot of these boxers don't know, man. A lot of these boxers didn't know that Earl Spence would lose to Terrence Crawford and he wouldn't fight again since. Not saying he won't fight again. I'm just saying like a lot of things come out of nowhere. We don't know. It's a lot of red flags in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Tank, he's in this position right now, but with the sparring, but I seen guys do this with Terrence Crawford. And as soon as I seen people start pushing that, not with Terrence Crawford, but with Earl Spence. As soon as I started seeing everybody saying Mayweather and Earl Spence sparring, they kept saying, I was like, I'm just gonna leave that alone because I know later on fans gonna bring it up. If he loses, and they gonna try to say, "Oh, you guys try to make it seem like he was better than Mayweather, like he was beating up Mayweather," and that's what they doing now. They try to make it seem like we talk about him as if he was beating up Mayweather in sparring. That's why I learned after that. Let me stay away from the sparring thing because everybody spars. Everyone sparred each other, just kind of different. I know a lot of guys who fight sparring partners all the time. I think Fedor finished fight a sparring partner. He said him and Boacek. He said him and Boacek spar over 1,000 times, and they're gonna fight in the fight for money. So a lot of times we gotta realize that. To be honest with you, boxing, as far as sparring, it doesn't have really value in it. We seen Rolly Romero and Ryan Garcia sparring, and it looked very bad. But guess what? Everybody's still willing to pay to see Rolly Romero and Ryan Garcia get in the ring right now and fight. Sparring don't matter, man. It only matters to fans who, if they think that Devin Haney isn't really that guy, they gonna say he ain't. If they think that Tank Davis ain't that guy, they gonna say he ain't do enough in the sparring video. So, either way, they're gonna pick a side. But we just have to realize that by them focusing on a certain fighter that they think that guy can beat or he can lose to, they just know that that guy is a certain fighter that they should fear as far as being on top of his game. And Devin Haney knows this, and Tank Davis knows that as well. That's why a lot of guys in the boxing game right now, they're trying to associate their name with certain boxers. That's just going on right now. That's why a lot of people want to associate their name with Ryan Garcia because they know, okay, he could possibly lead to a big payday. But now Ryan Garcia trying to associate his name with Tank Davis again, putting out footage with him, Floyd Mayweather. So he's attaching his name with things where he could just do it on his own. You know what I'm saying? But he's gonna have to realize, like, bro, when you get into the fight, you're gonna have to answer for all that. It's gonna work right now to kind of rile up Devin Haney, and to be honest with you, I think it's a good idea. Like everything's working out because we never seen Devin Haney kind of mad from somebody posting clips of him like being in the pool with guys, all that kind of stuff that he's doing. The picture with him and Diddy and all the stuff Ryan doing to get under his skin. It's gonna work out to show it's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a very good fight. Devin Haney gonna try to go for the knockout. I don't know if he's gonna get it. Everybody say he pillow fisted, but look, he gonna try to go for the knockout. The way Ryan Garcia trolling right now, that'll make anybody mad. I'm not gonna lie, Ryan Garcia doing a good job at it. Cause some of the stuff he's doing, I'm like, man, whoa. I don't know if I can handle this. He's getting ex-girlfriends and stuff like that. Ryan Garcia doing everything right now. He's definitely not joking around. But he got to make some kind of turn, man. As far as Ryan Garcia case, he got to last 12 rounds. At least. After that last performance, people still call him a quitter, but I feel like he go out there and last 12 rounds and win a couple of rounds, he'll be able to do enough. But right now, I don't see him making it past that long if he keep trying to antagonize Devin Haney right now. It's working though. It's building the fight up too. Because right now that's the only thing we're gonna talk about for the next 2 months. Well, next month and a half is this fight coming up. But I'm just telling you, man, the secrets to sparring, it's starting to get exposed. But everybody don't do the sparring thing. It's only with Floyd Mayweather. I know people don't like to talk about certain things, but Mexican fighters, they don't do that league sparring stuff. I know Ryan Mexican, but I'm talking about as far as over there in Mexico, I'm just other countries, they don't do that. Like sparring footage isn't really, it's not really something that's been the focus of boxing lately. Well, lately it has, but in the past, I think we barely seen Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson fight in sparring. I think I seen that video a long time ago. And it wasn't something that they was bragging about either. It was like they just knew they was gonna fight each other one day. It was just a sparring match. But that's all I got for on here, man. Thanks for the support, everybody that's on here. Like and subscribe. I will be on here tomorrow. But thanks for the support. That's all I got. Remember to hit the like button. But that's all I got for the night though. Like and subscribe.